A walk-off win is a great way for your Texas Rangers to launch a brief road swing to South Beach. Tonight, they face one of the brightest young stars in the game, the Marlins outfielder Giancarlo Stanton. Miles Michaelis will be charged with keeping the Marlins offense reeled in as the Rangers face Miami next on Fox Sports Southwest. Texas Rangers baseball is presented by AT&T Uverse TV. Well, welcome to a very steamy Miami, Florida. Rangers thankfully playing indoor with the roof closed at Marlin Park. The first visit for your Rangers here to the new digs of the Florida Marlins. Tonight, the first of two in this quick stop against Miami. And welcome in, everyone, along with Mark McLemore, Steve Busby. Glad you could join us. Tom Grieve, scheduled a couple of days off, and we're manning the booth down here in Florida to get this quick two-game series in. Rangers look to build on that walk-off win they had day before yesterday at home. And, Mac, one of the guys swinging the bats real well, who had gone from really cold to really hot, Leonys Martin.
Yeah, you're right, Buzz. He has gotten really hot. And, he's made some adjustments at the plate, obviously. And one of those adjustments is he's got a smaller strike zone. He's really honing in on what he needs to do at the plate to become a better ball player. He's swinging at strikes, letting the ball get deeper, using all parts of the field, going the opposite way when it calls for it, taking the ball back up the middle, and occasionally when he gets a breaking pitch, he's going to naturally pull the ball. So he's using all fields now to get his hits and get on base and create some havoc for this offense.
Oh, Leonys Martin, as you can see, the last 6 ball games. Now, you have to remember, this is on the heels of an 0 for 12 streak, but he has gone 10 for 21, and he also, keeping the outfield assists up, he is among the league leaders with 7 of them. So Leonys and the Rangers will take on the Marlins tonight, and Miles Michaelis will be charged with trying to find a way to keep the Marlin offense down. He'll be pitching for the first time in front of his home crowd here in Florida. Rangers and the Marlins, game 1 of this brief 2-game set coming up. We'll have more from Marlin Park right after this. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. We will take you back to Marlins Park. The starting lineups of the first pitch coming up right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Roof is closed, and since it's our first trip here to Marlins Park, here are about three things you need to know about this facility. It's built on the site of the former Orange Bowl at a cost of $515 million, capacity of just over 37,400. That's the smallest ballpark in Major League Baseball. And it features 5 art installations, including the giant home run sculpture in left center field. That thing lights up when a Marlins player hits a home run, and Giancarlo Stanton has set that off a few times this year, 21 times to be exact, in this ballpark.
Yes, when he's playing, that thing definitely lights up. I'm
Yeah.
surprised he hasn't put a hole in it somewhere.
Well, he's also hit one over it back in the beginning year of 2012. The concourse, nice, wide, airy stadium, as you can see, and it's a very well thought out, very well planned and executed Major League Baseball park. Home of the Marlins. It opened in 2012. Marlins came down here from just north, up close to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is where Sun Life Park was, and their home. And now their own digs down here in Miami. Well, the Rangers coming in trying to build on the walk-off win they had Sunday. We'll take a look at the Rangers starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Shin-Soo Choo leads off. He's in right field. Elvis Andrews follows, and it's the first baseman, Mike Carter. Adrian Beltre bats cleanup. Jim Adducci in left field. Leonis Martin in center. Catching is Robinson Chirinos. Rougned Odor is batting 8th, playing second. And to the National League Park, the pitcher bats, so Miles Michaelis batting 9th and pitching.
And the Sonic scouting report for Jared Kozar. He's 10-8 overall. This is his 3rd start for the Marlins since coming over from a trade from Houston back on July 31st. He's only given up 10 home runs in 188 career innings. So the Rangers are going to have their hands full tonight. He had a very good outing in his last outing, 7 strong innings against the Cubs.
So Jared Cozart, and we'll take a look at the defense behind tonight. Mark Redmond The Marlins manager puts this defense behind him. Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton left, center, and right. And that's the strong point of this Marlins club, that young outfield. Jones at first, Solano and Echevarria are up the middle. McGee is in third. And former Ranger Jared Saltalamacchia is catching. Mike Redmond, the second-year skipper of the Miami Marlins, come in at an even 62-62. 500 mark there. 8.5 games back in the National League East, as the first pitch from Cozart is in to Shin-Soo Choo. 1 ball, no strikes. Cozart working quickly as he likes to, and fires a strike to the outside corner. Choo, a .241 average, a dozen home runs, and 39 RBI. Blowing inside. 2 balls and a strike. Now, first pitch, the numbers inside 76 degrees. Very comfortable evening. Outside 89 muggy degrees here in South Florida. And Choo lines one to right field, a base hit. Now, Shin-Soo Choo starting things off for the Rangers with a solid single to right. 1 on, nobody out for Elvis Andrus.
Choo got a fastball right down the middle of the plate from Cozart and drills it into right field for a leadoff single. That's something Choo's definitely used to. This is one of the best ballparks. Actually, he's got the second highest average of any visiting player against the Marlins.
Now here's Elvis Andrus stepping in, hitting at .272. And he takes strike 1 from Cozart. Elvis, a couple of home runs, 32 RBI, and he's putting together another good hitting streak. You remember, he has 4 of them, at least 10-game hitting streaks this year. And he's gotten 6 under his belt this time. Takes low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Elvis 1 for 3 in Sunday, and see, he's hit safely in 21 of his last 23 games. At 326 mark. Elvis doing some heavy lifting to get his batting average up close to his career numbers. 2-1 now. Facing a known quantity. Elvis Andrus and the Rangers facing Jared Cozart. Elvis 2 for 7. And Ron Washington didn't have to worry too much about whether they'd have a scouting report on a National League pitcher. Cozart just coming over to the Marlins a few weeks ago from Houston, right at the trade deadline. That's in the dirt. Saltalamacchia backhands it. The count goes to 3 balls and a strike. Now Salty going to go out and have a chat with the 24-year-old right-hander.
See, Cozart bounces that ball, throws it about 58 feet, and Salty tried to pick it like an infielder. Almost got by him, just not far enough for Choo to get down to second base on that. You don't normally see a catcher do that when there's a runner on base.
3-1 the count. See if Ron Washington turns Shin-Soo Choo loose. He's staying put, and the pitch is a strike. Oh, Elvis taking it all the way. Now 3-2. Elvis trying to get aboard to join Choo. Mike Karp, the left-handed hitting first baseman, waits to be next. Cozart okays the sign. The right-hander is set just above the letters. There goes Choo, and the pitch is fouled back, and we'll have to reset and try it again. They mentioned the Marlins coming in at an even 500, 62-62. They've won 7 out of their last 10, and they have a very good road record, or home record, I should say. They are 37-30 here at Marlins Park. Rangers, meanwhile, 25-38 away from home this year. Another 3-2. Choo on the move and right back to the mound. To second, they get the out there, on to first to complete the 1-6-3 double play. Well, even with Choo running, that ball just hit too sharply back to Cozart. The twin killing removes Choo.
Choo's running on the play, but Elvis hits a 2-hopper right back to Cozart, and he fields it cleanly and just turns around and fires it to Echevarria at second base. Then over to first to complete the double play.
That is the 110th time that the Rangers have grounded into a double play this year. It is up among the league leaders. So 2 gone, bases empty. Mike Carp takes strike 1. Carp, a 193 average overall. No home runs. He has driven in 12. Cozart back to him. And that is fouled away. Mike was 1 for 2. Had a big RBI base hit in Sunday afternoon's come from behind affair. He tied the ball game in the 9th inning. The next pitch. Check swing called. Strike 3. Well, Cozart gives up a leadoff single, but the Rangers have a double play and a strikeout. They are gone in the first. After a half inning, it's the Rangers nothing. The Marlins coming up on Fox Sports Southwest. Here's the lineup that Mike Redmond has put together for the Florida Fish. Christian Yelich leads off. He's the left fielder. Donovan Solano is next in as Giancarlo Stanton. Casey McGee, the third baseman, is the cleanup man. Garrett Jones at first. Marcell Ozuna is in center field. He bats sixth. Jared Saltalamacchia catches, and Andy Echevarria is the shortstop. And Jared Cozart, the pitcher, bats ninth.
And the Sonic scouting report on Miles Michaelis. A 1-5 record with a 7.71 ERA in his last 8 starts. Gave up 9 hits in 6 innings pitched and 10 runs against the Rays last Wednesday. So he's looking to bounce back from that outing and try and settle down this Marlins offense.
As I mentioned, this Marlins team has been pretty hot of late on this homestand. This is their 8th game of the homestand. They have won 6. The first pitch of the evening is in by Miles Michaelis for strike 1. Christian Yelich, a .280 hitter, but he has been much better of late. .464 the average on this homestand for Yelich. Shoots one foul to the left. Michaelis with the advantage in the count very quickly. No balls and 2 strikes.
This is one of the Marlins' young and promising outfielders. He had a very good series against us back in Arlington. He can run, he can cover some ground out there in center field.
0-2 pitch. Miles Michaelis, first time he's had an opportunity to start a game in front of his home crowd. First time he's pitched in Florida, as a matter of fact. Lives about an hour and a half north of here from Jupiter, Florida. Didn't mean he was from the planet Jupiter.
Well, you know, it's got to be nerve-wracking, you know, to pitch in front of, at home, basically,
yeah,
your first time. You know, you've got friends and family coming from everywhere.
He had a little taste of it a couple times up on the East Coast. His debut in Baltimore. A little looper out to short. Elvis sets, throws, long throw, not in time. Yelich able to leg it out. And that'll be a leadoff single. Elvis did about all he could do on that. Couldn't get enough on the throw to get Yelich.
Michaelis tries to go away, pitches up and in, kind of jams Yelich just a little bit, but he keeps his hands inside the ball, takes it the other way, sends Elvis into the hole a little bit. It's a couple of feet out there on the grass, and with Yelich's speed, it's going to be a tough play. Not sure if he was going to be able to get him even if Carp hung onto the ball.
A one on, nobody out. Same situation the Rangers had. Here's Donovan Solano. Young second baseman takes a little bit low for ball one. .250 the average. A couple of home runs, 16 driven in for Solano. One spot the Marlins are really unsettled in has been second base. Just had a real tough time finding anybody to man that consistently and get the job done for them.
Yeah, it's been tough for them to find a guy that can go out there on a consistent basis, play defense, contribute a little bit offensively. Not necessarily looking for Stanton numbers, obviously, but just somebody who can be consistent at second base. That's pretty hard to find.
Well, they had thought they'd have their man in Rafael Furcal, but injuries and lack of production have really kind of shot that theory down. Pitch fouled away, and the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. They've used 7 different second basemen just this year. Tells you the kind of turmoil that has been around that second base position for Miami. Solano waiting as Michaelis checks Yelich at first. And he will go that way with a toss. Yelich with 15 stolen bases. He is the team leader. He's been 15 out of 19 in 2014. Pitch is low and coming up as if to throw. I don't think Robinson Chirinos had a good grip on the ball, or he would have cut that loose.
If he's got a shot, he's going to go for it. You're probably right there. Yeah, it didn't look like he had a good grip on it. Look at that quickness.
Well, he is too. He has gotten so good behind the plate as far as throwing. It's amazing. Double play ground ball on 2 hops to Elvis, to Odor, and back to Carp. It's a bad throw, and it goes into the photographer well. Now, Odor had Yelich kind of in his lap as he was trying to make that throw, but throw sailing up the line, the outfield side of first base. Carp could not make the play on it.
Michaelis gets the ground ball that he wants. Elvis gives Odor a flip. And it looks like Odor just pulled the throw a little bit. Just kind of yanked it to the right. Carp just not able to get out there and get it.
I thought originally that Yelich was closer to Odor than he was. It looked like on that replay. It didn't look like he was really interfering with him at all. First ball swinging. Giancarlo Stanton pops one up, foul territory. Carp is there. He makes the catch. And that is a huge out. Now 2 gone for the Marlins. Well, while we have a second here, let's take a look at the Ranger defense as delivered to you tonight by the New Braunfels Convention and Visitors Bureau. Outfield tonight a little bit different than Ron Washington had originally drawn it up. Jim Aducci in left, Martin in center, and Shin-Soo Choo is in right. Carp at first, Odor and Andrews up the middle, Beltray at third, Robinson. And Alex came up with a jammed right thumb. Couldn't answer the call, so Jim Aducci moved into left with Choo moving over to right. Casey McGee, the third baseman, takes a strike on the breaking ball. McGee hitting at an even 300. 3 home runs, 60 runs driven in. Michaelis trying to work around the leadoff base hit and the ensuing error by Rougned Odor on the throw. Got Donovan Solano at second base. McGee, third best RBI man on the Marlins club. Trails Marcell Ozuna and Giancarlo Stanton. In the dirt, nice stop by Chirinos. 1-2 now.
Miles looking to make a pitch here. He got a big out, and Stanton on that last one's first ball swing and popped him up to first base. So now he's ahead of McGee, so all he's got to do is just make one pitch to get out of this inning.
McGee, a rip and a foul back to the screen. It's still 1-2. McGee filling a very important spot in the batting order. That's hitting behind Giancarlo Stanton for these Marlins. He provides the backup to Stanton as far as making pitchers, for the most part, pitch to Stanton in a key situation. That is just outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And McGee, of late, like a lot of the Marlins, has been hot. He's been a .318 hitter over the last almost 2 weeks of play now.
You know, people underestimate that hitter behind your best hitter, or in the middle of the lineup, and the protection that that hitter provides. Very important for the hitter in front of him, because if that team decides, hey, I'd rather pitch to the other guy because he's not swinging the bat well, or he's not much of a threat, then your big fella's not going to get anything to hit. They'll just walk him all day long, knowing that the guy behind him I'm going to hit a ground ball double play, or, you know, not do any damage by hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
And I think, with the exception of possibly Barry Bonds when he was at his heyday, most hitters will get impatient and expand their strike zones.
Absolutely. Barry was definitely unique in that sense.
He just wouldn't do it.
No.
Now the payoff pitch, and that's popped out of play down the right side. We will try it again. Now, Casey McGee, not exactly a home run threat, but certainly a big RBI producer. We're talking about the protection that McGee allows for Stanton. McGee this year 4 for 11 following an intentional walk to Giancarlo Stanton. Chopper to third, Beltre. Sets, throws, got him. So that'll do it. A leadoff single, no damage. There was an error, but 1 man left. We'll go to the second inning here in Miami. Rangers nothing, Marlins nothing. The top of the second inning. I'm sure that you folks have been keeping up with the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Well, earlier today, you had Shin-Soo Choo, Alex Rios, and Leonis Martin challenged, and they took the challenge. And they took buckets of ice water on their backs and heads. Long run over for Ozuna. He can't come up with it. Adrian Beltre aboard with the leadoff single. Ozuna had shaded Beltre toward left center, and Adrian slashed one to right center, and he is aboard with the second Ranger hit of the night.
Well, nice piece of hitting by Adrian Beltre. Gets a fastball right down the middle, keeps his hands inside of it, takes it the other way, and just out of the reach of Ozuna out to center field. Nice try. But Beltre found grass again. Imagine that.
Yeah, gee, that's a surprise. He came in hitting 318. That's gone up one or two clicks. Now here's Jim Adduci showing bunt, takes ball one. Adduci, just a 176 average. He has been struggling ever since he came back off the disabled list this last time. You remember when he went on the disabled list, he was hitting 462 for the Rangers. And that average has fallen all the way to its current level. Low and outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Adduci, since coming back off the disabled list, and that was 26 games ago, has hit 125. And that is in for a strike. 2-1. DJ Rayburn, by the way, calling the balls and strikes tonight for you.
You know, the bad part about that, Buzz, he was swinging the bat well before he got hurt.
Yeah.
And just has not been able to find that rhythm since coming back. And who knows, if you know, that finger still might be giving him some problems. Typically, when you have a hand or a wrist injury, the last thing to come back is obviously you're swinging. Mm-hmm. So you really depend on those hands. Obviously, you're holding the bat, you're using your wrist, using your fingers to hold on to it. A lot of times that can cause, can create some lingering problems.
Yeah, and even though it was the little finger on his left hand, which is his top hand as he's swinging the bat, that still can play a big part in it, can it?
That's huge. Every finger on both hands matters when you're swinging the baseball bat.
2-2 the count to him. Beltre at first. Nobody out here in the second. And the count has gone full. So Cozart, just as happened in the first inning, a leadoff single, goes to 3-2 on the next man. And last time up, Elvis Andrus grounded into a double play. We will see what Jim Adduci is able to do here. Adduci will be followed in the order by Leonis Martin. Cozart gets the sign and sets. Beltre inching off the bag. He's on the move, and the pitch is fouled back. Ron Washington trying to get moving. He had that in the first inning when Choo was running on the 3-2 pitch, but Elvis hit it right back to the only guy in the infield that could have turned the double play.
I like that. He's got Beltre moving. Beltre's not a base stealer. He's really counting on Adduci to put the ball in play on the ground somewhere and try and create some offense here. It's the second inning in a row they've got that leadoff hitter on, so they want to definitely take advantage of it and get something done.
Another payoff pitch. Beltre again going, and the pitch foul back. Checking with Gary Pettis down there at third just to make sure that the run sign was not taken off. And Benji Molina confirming what Adrian had seen. Now Cozart again sets. And another 3-2 pitch. Beltre going, and the pitch is popped up. Echevarria, the shortstop, out there to make the grab. That is out number one. Beltre back to first. Leonis Martin is coming up. Well, folks, help kids support playing RBI baseball in the Rangers Just Keep Living programs or in the Rangers Summer Academy by making a donation to the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation today. Donations can be made at texasrangers.com/donation. The 1-on-1 out now. And Leonis Martin, a scalding hot Ranger hitter at the plate. Leonis 10 for his last 21 times up there. Takes a strike on the outside corner. 2 for 8 in his career against Jared Cozart. Leonis did not start in Sunday's game. Came on as a pinch hitter, went 0 for 1. Chops it slowly to first. Cozart will underhand to Jones at the bag for out number 2. Beltre into second now, in scoring position for Robinson Chirinos.
Well, Leonis got a curveball from Cozart and just kind of topped it a little bit toward first base. Cozart made a nice play. A lot of times a pitcher, when that ball starts dribbling and slowing down, it's tough for them to bend over and pick up that ball on the run and make the play. But Cozart made it look easy.
Kind of like he'd practiced that a few times, maybe in PFP in spring training.
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah. Here's Chirinos, a 237 hitter. 0-1 on the swing. Robinson, 11 home runs, 31 driven in. Both those career highs by quite a distance for Robinson. Cozart, a check of Beltre at second. 1-1. Cozart coming over from the Astros to the Marlins. This is his third start in a Marlins uniform. A little late on the swing. Chirinos now down on the count. And a ball and 2 strikes. Cozart in the month of August. Both the starts have been with the Marlins. Of course, a 292 earned run average. And he is 1-0. Twelve and 2/3 innings make that 1-1. Ahead in the count to Chirinos at a ball and 2 strikes. And foul back to the screen. Cozart, primarily a 4-seam or cut fastball specialist. Throw that better than half the time. His cutter at one time ranked the best in the minor leagues ranking system. Also a very good curveball and an occasional changeup. Hit well to right field. Stanton going back. Stops just shy of the warning track and hauls it in. That will do it. Again, the Rangers get a leadoff man aboard on a base hit, but stranding. After 1.5, we are scoreless in Miami. one of our upcoming broadcasts. That's all thanks to the good folks at AT&T. Just use hashtag SouthwestFanPhoto, and your photo might be selected to be aired during one of our upcoming broadcasts. We will show you our selection for this evening a little bit later on. Now we go to the bottom of the second, scoreless ball game. Garrett Jones to lead things off, Marcell Ozuna and Jared Saltalamacchia to follow. Jones a .248 average with a baker's dozen worth of home runs, 45 RBI. Takes strike one from Miles Mikolas. Miles working a little more quickly than last time that he was out to the mound. Tried to slow things down a lot last time, and all he ended up doing was slowing himself down. He had a rough outing, and now he's trying to rebound from it. Garrett Jones, an 8-game hitting streak in interleague play, so he has not been bothered at all by the American League hurlers. Mikolas, an easy play, one gone. Now Marcell Ozuna.
Nice pitch and play by Mikolas. Got in position to field that ground ball. Got it. Got himself an out. Fielding his position. PFP?
Need PFP. Yep. And for most of us, I think about 90% luck. Just be at the right spot. Practice is great, but, you know.
They hit it to the glove side?
Yeah. Yeah. Ozuna, a .255 average. Takes a breaking ball that bends over for strike one. Second on the team with 16 home runs, and second RBI with 62. Again, another one of those young outfielders for the Marlins that they are really building their future on. Ozuna and Yelich and Stanton. Three guys 24 years of age or younger that can really play the game. A ball and two strikes.
You know, they've got power, they've got average, they've got defense, they've got speed out there in the outfield. They can cover some ground. And like you said, 24 years or younger. And Stanton's got the most experience, 5 years.
Yep.
At 24 years old, that's pretty good.
Yeah. High and tight. That evens the count now. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The old man on the roster, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
The gray-haired, grizzled veteran. Mikolas peering in, okays the sign. The 2-2. We'll try that again. Ozuna falling off a bit on this road, this homestand though for the Marlins. Just 4 for 22. That's a 188 mark. But for the year, he is a better hitter in this ballpark than he is on the road. 278 average in Marlins Park as opposed to 230 away from home. Ozuna back in, taps the outside corner with a business end to that bat. Miles Mikolas ready to work. Call strike 3. Got that breaking ball that just nudged the outside corner, and Mikolas gets his first strikeout.
Well, nice pitch by Mikolas. Goes with the breaking ball down and away. You see, target down and away. Mikolas throws it right there. Robinson didn't have to move his glove at all. That's a nice pitch, nice spot, nice execution.
Helps you can catch that pitch way out in the webbing of that glove too, and not in the pocket when it's moving away from the center of home plate.
Yes.
Well, here's Jared Saltalamacchia. Salty's been on a pretty good roll offensively. Overall, 223 with 10 home runs. Pitch outside to him. 2 balls, no strikes. But Salty on this homestand has gone 6 for 20. It's an even 300 average. Last 15 games in interleague play, he's 2:15 mark, and you can have some greyhounds here in center field, and they will serve you well. A lot of room to roam, and Leonis put on a display of speed. On to the third, still scoreless. Bad for you on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores and stats, audio, free MLB.TV game of the day, and a whole lot more. Download at the App Store or visit TexasRangers.com today. A lot of Ranger fans on hand here tonight. Rangers and Marlins currently scoreless. Jared Cozart back to the mound. He will face Rougned Odor, Miles Michaelis, and Shin-Soo Choo. Rangers with a couple of hits. Each of the two leadoff men have gotten aboard. We'll see if Rougned Odor can keep that string going. First pitch is outside for ball one. Odor at .252 with the average. He has 5 home runs. Maybe his most impressive home run was his last one at home at Globe Life Park. Hit it over the 390 sign out of the visitor's bullpen. That's a pretty good poke for a right-handed hitter. But left-handed hitter, that's unbelievable.
And to make it more impressive, it was off of a left-hander.
Yeah.
You know, I like to see him take the ball the other way. I like to see most hitters be able to take the ball the other way. That lets you know they're staying inside the ball and they're staying through the hitting zone, and that's what you want, and that's what makes a good hitter.
Well, Rougned down on the count now, a ball and 2 strikes. Odor still just 20 years of age. Chops one over the mound into center field, a base hit. And the Rangers' streak stays alive. Their leadoff man has gotten aboard now 3 consecutive innings. And that will bring up the pitcher, Miles Michaelis, with one thing in mind. But
Rugi gets the ball down in the zone and takes it right back up the middle, using the entire field, the big part of the field. Squeaks it out to center field for a single. Now let's see if we can do something a little different this time.
There you go. There you go. Time called momentarily. Rougned getting his protective gear on. He's on base pads. He wraps up that right wrist and hand. Now here's Michaelis around the bunt early, and the bunt is down. It's a good one. McGee has only one play. That's the first. So the sacrifice goes 5-3 into scoring position now with one out is Rougned Odor. And before Shin-Soo Choo comes in, let's take time for a Mazda game break with John Radigan. All right, John, thank you. Now the Rangers trying to get on the board here in the first game of this series. No score. Shin-Soo Choo had a base hit to right as he led off the first inning for the Rangers. Takes a strike here. Choo now at 243. Shin-Soo with that first inning single. Now a 476 average against Marlin pitching over the years. Rounds this one to the right side. Solano, the second baseman, throws him out. On to third goes Odor. He's just 90 feet away, but he's there with 2 outs. And Elvis Andrus coming up.
Well, Choo not able to get the big hit in that situation there to drive in Odor from second base, but moved him over to third base. Now we'll see what Elvis can get down here.
Elvis in a one-hopper right back to Jared Cosart in the first inning. Turned it into a 1-6-3 double play. Takes a breaking ball that hits the upper part of the strike zone. It's 0-1. Elvis now 32 RBI, looking for at least number 33. He's got Odor down there at third. And that pitch in at the knees. So Cosart going breaking ball, fastball. Pretty good combination, pretty well located. 0-2. Elvis in the first meetings between these teams in Arlington went 4 for 9 in those 2 games. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jack in the box pitch tracker showing you that last pitch a couple of inches inside. Cosart again ready, a check of third. Tried it again and missed even further inside. 2-2. Pitchers and hitters call that backing up a fastball, or what it happens to be, throwing 2 of them in a row. And a lot of the times you get hitters and pitchers that will think, okay, I'm going to throw a fastball inside and then throw something slow away, off-speed pitch. You back them up, and all of a sudden people can't guess along with you. There's a check swing on a pitch inside. The count is now full.
Yeah, sometimes hitters can outthink themselves. And pitchers too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, for the second straight at bat, Elvis has a full count on it. Cosart with the payoff pitch. Popped up shallow left field. Going out is the shortstop Echevarria and makes the catch, and that'll do it. Now the Rangers again get a leadoff man on board with a hit, but strand him. After 2.5, no score. seamless connectivity. A scoreless ball game. Rangers with 3 hits, the Marlins with 1 hit. Miami comes to bat here in the bottom of the third. Danny Echevarria, the shortstop, will start things off. Garrett Cosart, the pitcher, to follow, and then back to the top of the order for Christian Yelich. Echevarria, 278 with the average. 25 RBI without a home run. Is one of the outstanding shortstops in the National League. Takes a strike from Michaelis. So far in the first couple innings, Michaelis really tuning up a dandy here tonight. Has thrown the ball well.
Throwing strikes. Staying away from the middle of the plate.
And he gets that big breaking ball to get the inside corner. 0-2. Not exactly where you designed that to end up, but it worked. Got him swinging. That's a better spot for it. And the tag applied by Chirinos. Miles Michaelis with his second strikeout of the evening. One guard, the pitcher coming up, Garrett Cosart.
Michaelis throwing this ball, bouncing into the very breaking ball. Gives Echevarria to swing at it for strike 3. Nice pitch. A nice block by Chirinos back there. Only way you can throw that pitch, Buzz, am I right? If you have confidence in that catcher, that hey, he can block that pitch.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Especially with somebody on third base, that's when it really tests how much confidence you have in the catcher. And if you minimize your repertoire by worrying about it, by not throwing that pitch, it doesn't take long for the other team to figure out that you're not going to throw it with somebody on third.
Right.
Cosart down in the count very quickly. No balls and 2 strikes.
Cosart actually swung at that last pitch.
He did. Swung at that one too and fouled it off. And the reason Max says that, we were told before the ball game, Cosart had missed a little bit of time with a strained oblique muscle, and they found out it was from swinging the bat when he came over here. So they were suggesting strongly that he not swing the bat. And apparently he feels much better tonight. Call strike 3. He took that one all the way. Second straight strikeout, third of the night. And with 2 gone, it'll take the Marlins back to the top of their order.
See Chirinos again set up, down, and away. And Michaelis throws it right there to the target. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far out of Michaelis. He's hitting his spots like he, that's the game plan.
Sure
He's hitting those spots, keeping the ball out of the middle of the plate.
Well, here's the leadoff man, Christian Yelich, who had the infield single. That has, to this point, been the only hit off of Miles Michaelis. Ball 1 is outside. Well, we have a second here. I want to recognize some folks that have come from the Metroplex to watch the Rangers. Will and Maggie Middig from Parker. And Parker Cooper and Emmy Schutte all came with their parents from Grand Prairie and Arlington. And they came down here to cheer on the Rangers.
Fans on the road, I like that.
Yep. A ball and a strike is the count to Yelich. Now 2-1. Yelich with the average now at 282 after that first inning single. Michaelis back to the plate, and it's fouled off to the left. Third in the National League with that .361 on-base percentage as a leadoff hitter for Christian Yelich. Leader is Matt Carpenter, the Cardinals. He's at .377. Two and two. Michaelis a long look in. The right-hander set. And another foul off to the left.
Michaelis not afraid to use that breaking ball. He's been trying to backdoor it a little bit. Been keeping it up a little bit. Doesn't quite have the command of it just yet, but he's still working it, battling through it with it. trying to stay with it.
25-year-old right-hander nods in agreement and comes to the plate. And Yelich is 2 for 2. He got sawed off, but was able to loop it into center for a 2-out single. Michaelis didn't make a bad pitch. He got it on Yelich's fist, but give Yelich some credit.
Yeah, you have to. He did the same thing last at bat. Got on his knuckles, and he was able to hit it over to Elvis in the hole for a single. And here he kind of gets those hands inside just a little bit and was able to drive it up the middle for his second hit of the ball game.
The 1 on, 2 out, and you have to keep a close eye on Yelich. As we mentioned, he's the team leader with 15 stolen bases. Donovan Solano, the second baseman, rounded into a fielder's choice his first time out there. Yelich a little slow getting that first step going back to the bag. He might have been considering swiping second.
I don't think there's going to be any question that he's going to try and get into scoring position as quickly as possible, especially with the number 2 hitter up with 2 outs. If he gets thrown out, got number 2 hitter up.
Throw, the tag, no, not in time. Short hop, Odor just enough so that when Rougned caught the ball, he was going up with the glove. If that ball is in the air or if Rougned catches it and able to slap down, they got it.
Great jump by Yelich, first base. Almost with a tag there. Nice pick by Odor.
16th stolen base of the year for Christian Yelich. He's in scoring position. Count of 1 ball and no strikes to Donovan Solano. And a breaking ball gets inside corner.
See Odor getting to the bag and keeps that glove down, knowing that that ball is going to bounce. You want to start that glove down, and you can come up faster as opposed to having the glove start up and then trying to take it down to make that play. So great play by Odor to keep that ball in the infield.
Here's the slow breaking ball that's off the outside corner. Is there any way for an infielder to get used to taking a short hop and not coming up with the glove? In other words, keeping it down as you short hop it, or is that just a natural reaction?
It's a natural reaction. I don't know of anybody that can pick it that way because you really don't know where the ball is going to, how high it's going to hop. It's going to be a short hop, and, sometimes it could bounce a little bit higher. You just don't know. So you take it up to make sure you get that ball in your glove.
Two and two the count. Rougned Odor keeping an eye on Miles Michaelis. Facing Donovan Solano with Christian Yelich at second and 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. The 2-2 pitch. That's out of play on the right side. Michael is staying right down there. That's a pretty tight grouping. Jack in the Box pitch tracker showing you that Michaelis indeed hitting that spot consistently. High and tight and it hit him. Now Solano's, and you're almost always going to hit a hitter when you stay away, and then all of a sudden come back up and in when there's not much margin for error. And hitters just have a hard time reacting, and Solano did that time.
Kind of ran in just a little bit. And honestly, Buzz, I don't mind that. I like that pitch going inside, pitching inside. The only thing I don't like about it is the fella coming to the plate now.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe in a different situation, a different hitter that will be coming up next. But I think as a pitcher, you've got to establish that inside part of the plate. And occasionally, some guys are going to feel the baseball.
Yeah, I agree with you. Unless you have the kind of stuff where you can just say, here it comes, and see what you can do with it, which is not most guys. You need to be able to pitch on both sides of the plate and off the inside corner.
Right, and with the way that Michaelis is hitting that low and away, that down and away corner tonight, he's going to think about it. That hitter's going to think about it the next time he's up the rest of the game. Hey, I may not be able to get out over that plate, so I might get hit again.
Giancarlo Stanton swung at the first pitch that he saw from Michael his first time up, fouled out to Mike Karp, the Ranger first baseman. Up there now with 2 aboard and 2 outs. Stanton having a very strong homestand the first 7 games. He was 9 for 23. That's a .391 average with 9 RBI. Fouled that back. That off-speed pitch stayed up. Now our Ford leaderboard will show you the National League rankings for Giancarlo Stanton. First in home runs, RBI, and slugging percentage. Second in on-base percentage, and just a couple of ticks below 400. Pretty impressive numbers for the young man, 24 years old. Already 149 career home runs.
Amazing.
Now the 1-1. Yelich, the runner at second. Solano at first. Stanton at the plate. Miles Michaelis sets for the 2-1 pitch. Another hanger.
Michaelis tried to go down and away and left that one. Ran back in over the plate. Backup breaking ball that didn't break.
You could throw that on command, it'd be fine.
Perfect.
Miles set. And just a little bit low with that pretty good fastball. Stanton taking. So with 2 outs now, the full count, both Yelich and Solano will be off and running. If Stanton extends this 3rd inning, Casey McGee, the cleanup man, is going to be next. Scoreless game, and Miles Michaelis trying to keep it that way. Payoff pitch instead. A little inside move. Yelich about a half step going to 3rd, and then he figured out what was going on. Everybody reset. Now the payoff. That's 3 in this at bat now that he's thrown up there. The hanging breaking balls have stayed up, belt higher, a little bit above. You just don't want to tempt fate.
No, not too many times, and especially to this fellow.
.25 inning already for Miles Michaelis. 3-2 with 2 outs and 2 on. Runners on the move. Again, the 3-2. Got him swinging. There's a good breaking ball, a good location. And Michaelis ends up striking out the side. A hit and a hit by pitch. 2 left aboard. We'll go to the 4th inning. Miles Michaelis and the Rangers in a scoreless tie. The 20th anniversary of Globe Life Park in Arlington. And to celebrate, the Rangers are offering fans 1994 prices for select tickets and concessions for the game against the Royals on Sunday, August 24th. Plus, all adults 21 and over will receive one voucher good for a 16-ounce domestic draft beer at the 1994 price of $3.50. Visit TexasRangers.com/rollback and use the online coupon code 1994 for tickets. Mike Karp rounds out, and that's how the fourth inning begins for the Rangers. Next will be Adrian Beltre. Karp now 0 for 2.
Karp still trying to find his stroke. Just not quite comfortable yet. Doesn't look like so far.
You know, Adrian was able to stroke one into right center field for a leadoff single in the second. And Karp's ground out here, by the way, snapped a string of 3 consecutive innings with the leadoff man getting aboard via the hit. Beltre at .320 with the average. 1-0 pitch to him. Those are, that's that good cut fastball. Runs away from the right-hander.
Look at that. It's got some late, sharp cutting there, too.
And then he throws it to the other side of the plate where it runs from off the plate inside. That's coming in the front door.
Front door started it right at Adrian, and that's not fair.
1-2 pitch. Saw that graphic. Adrian, one of a select few of homered in at least 40 different ballparks in his career. This is the first time that Beltre has played at Marlins Park in his career. The 2-2 offering. Left center field. That ball's hit well up the alley. It's going to go to the wall. Now Beltre, this time will have extra bases over to play the Karamazozuna. Adrian cruising in. A 2 for 2 night. He finds himself in scoring position for Jim Adduci.
Well, let's see if we can score without getting the leadoff man first.
There you go.
Beltre gets a hanging breaking ball. It drills it in the left center field gap for a double. He stayed right with that ball.
So Adrian, a couple of knocks in 2 at-bats. And here's Jim Adduci, who popped out to short his first time up there. First pitch to him is outside for ball 1. Again, in case you joined us late, Adduci not originally in the starting lineup. Alex Rios was. And Rios came up with a jammed right thumb, so he could not answer the bell. Adduci entered the game to play left field, and Shin-Soo Choo moved over to right. And Adduci takes the second pitch high. 2-0. Adduci now 0 for his last 21 times at the plate. And that goes back to the home run that he hit in Houston, his first major league home run on the 9th of the month. And here we are 10 days later, and Jim looking for his next hit. That pitch is high. It's 3-0. Well, Gozard has not walked a man, but he has Beltre at second after a 1-out double. He's fallen behind 3-0 to Adduci. Leonis Martin is going to follow Adduci to the plate. .30 pitch. Lost him. Adduci draws the walk. 2 on with 1 out.
4 straight pitches. Throwing a couple of nice breaking balls to Adrian Beltre, hanging one, and now 4 straight pitches to Adduci. Cozart's finding himself in a little bit of hot water right now. Hot hitter at the plate, Leonis Martin.
Martin tapped back to the box his first time up. Actually, it was a little roller between the mound and first base. And the first pitch to him is high for ball 1. And Cozart now all out of sorts mechanically. He is rushing himself, and he's going to get a visit from Chuck Hernandez, the pitching coach. I think he's probably going to mention what we were just talking about, Mac, that, hey, calm yourself down now. Just relax a little bit. As Wash puts it, slow the game down for yourself. Think about what you want to do and then go ahead and execute. Don't try and do both at once.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to make the perfect pitch now. I know he knows he hung that ball to Beltre and he drilled it. But it looks as though he's trying to make that perfect pitch.
So Beltre at second, Adduci at first. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Martin. There are the 2 Rangers on board here in the 4th inning with scoreless ball game. Base hit to right field. There's another hanger, and Leonis did exactly what Beltre did with it. So the bases now are loaded on a double, a walk, and a ringing single.
I'm sorry. Beltre did that same thing. You did say that. Martin gets a hanging breaking ball out over the middle of the plate, and he drills it into right field. And Beltre had to hold up because he wasn't sure. It was a line drive, wasn't sure if it was right at somebody, had to hold on. And even if he goes on the crack of the bat, he's not going to make that ball. Was hit too hard, and Stanton was charging it nicely. So bases are loaded.
Oh, just 1 out. The Marlins will play the infield back. They will give up the run for a shot at a double play if they possibly could. And Chirinos grounds 1 to first. To second, they get 1. The return is not in time. Chirinos able to leg it out. In to score is Beltre. And the Rangers take a 1-0 lead.
Nice hustle by Robinson getting down that line, knowing that if he makes it to first base, they're going to get a run. And over to first base, over to short. And Chirinos with the wheels legs it out and gets an RBI.
Robinson taking a peek over there, all the way down there just to see how fast he had to go. No, Rangers out on top now, a run on 5 hits. They have runners at the corners with Adduci at third and Chirinos at first. Here's Rougned Odor, who singled his first time to the plate. Odor, a .255 average. And he hits a towering fly ball to right. Backing up is Stanton. He stops well in front of the warning track and makes the catch. That'll do it. The Rangers get on the board. They get a run on 2 hits and lead 2. After 3.5, it's now Texas 1, Miami 0. Hometown kids every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock right here on Fox Sports Southwest, where it's not about the score, it's about the experience. The Rangers enjoyed that experience in the top of the 4th inning. Put a run on the board. They lead 1-0. You got them dancing in the aisles here at Marlins Park.
They do. Look at that.
I'd like to recognize a couple of other fans that on a pretty nice journey. Longtime Ranger fans Bill and Kobe Hannes from Olney, Texas, are in attendance at tonight's game. They're completing a journey to all 30 Major League Baseball parks. That is quite an undertaking.
That is an undertaking, but it's got to be fun. A lot of nice ballparks around Major League Baseball, including this one. My first time here.
Yep. Me too. This is very nice. I'm glad the roof is in place and they have windows that can close up too.
Yes.
Michaelis, first pitch to Casey McGee down the right field line, and just in fair territory, Shin-Soo Choo able to track it down for out number 1. So McGee going the other way. The Rangers had a corner outfielder over there as Choo makes the play.
Nice play by Choo. Got a great jump on that ball, went right to it. Nice play.
So very quickly, 1 out here in the 4th. Garrett Jones will come in. Jones tapped right back to the mound his first time. And Michaelis hits the outside corner knee high for strike 1. Jones has a history against the Rangers. This is his 11th career game against Texas. Of course, with the Pirates prior to coming to Miami. Been a .321 career hitter against the Ranger pitchers. Oh, and 2 the count. A ball and 2 strikes.
Jones has been struggling lately. 3 for his last 19. And 2 of those 3 he just got the other day. Just got them yesterday. Or Sunday's ball game.
1-2 pitch. That will even the count. Garrett Jones, former teammate of his current manager, Mike Ribbon, with Cleveland Indians. Pops this into the shallow center. Elvis backpedaling and making the call on the catch for out number 2. Now Marcell Ozuna will face Miles Michaelis.
I like what Michaelis is doing. Even if he misses, the pitch is not a strike. When he misses, he's missing out of the zone. He's not missing out over the plate up in the zone. So he's doing a tremendous job so far.
Ozuna called out on strikes back in the 2nd inning. Michaelis with 4 strikeouts tonight. All 4 of them came within a span of 7 hitters. Ozuna was the first, and Michaelis ended up striking out the side in the next inning. Worked around a hit batter and a walk, or a base hit, I should say. He has not walked anybody tonight. That ball hit high and deep to left field. Going back is Adduci. He is at the track. That ball's gone. Marcell Ozuna put a charge in that. And we have a tie ball game. It's 1-1.
The first mistake Michaelis has made that they were able to capitalize on. Ozuna gets a hanging breaking ball out over the middle of the plate. Right down the middle. Michaelis knew it.
Back over the bullpen. And for Michaelis now, that is the 8th home run that he has allowed. Miles in 48 innings of work has allowed 8 home runs. Ozuna with his 17th of the year. We are back dead even. Here's Jared Saltalamacchia. Salty rode one to the deepest part of the ballpark his first time up. Now he goes the other way and laces it to left. It's going to be extra bases. Adduci able to cut it off before it gets to the wall, but it's still a double for Saltalamacchia. 15th two-bagger of the year for the Marlins catcher.
Michael is trying to go down and away and gets it right there. A fastball down and away, and Salty just sticks his bat out. Takes it the other way. Makes a double out of it. Michaelis threw it right where he wanted it. Salty just dropped the bat head right to it.
No home run followed by a double. All this with 2 outs here in the 4th. But Danny Echevarria is going to be intentionally walked. This is one of the differences of not using the DH is that the number 8 hitter may not be a slugger type hitter, but there are times when it's preferable to put him on base and pitch to the pitcher, and this is one of those.
Yeah, the pitcher hits every once every 5th day, so you've definitely got to pitch to him as opposed to pitching to a position player.
No hesitation. This is the way baseball was meant to be played. I'll throw that out there. That's the way it's supposed to be.
I kind of like a little bit of offense.
I can remember some Cincinnati teams that had pretty good offense with their pitchers hit.
You had to go way back there for that
Yeah,
one?
I did. I couldn't think of anybody. So 2 on now with 2 out. Here is Cozart, who was called out on strikes his first time. Cozart 1 for 4 as a hitter with the Marlins, and he chops one out to second base and on to first. Ruben Odor gets the out. That will do it, but the Marlins tie it up. They get a run on 2 hits and lead 2. We're going to the 5th inning. It's the Rangers 1 and the Marlins 1. Campbell's Texas Football to bring you the most comprehensive coverage of highlights and scores from across Texas every Friday night. It all starts on August 29th at 7 p.m. right here on Fox Sports Southwest. A 1-1 ball game as we get set to return to play here in the top of the 5th inning for the Rangers. Miles Michaelis, the pitcher, will lead things off. They'll take the Rangers back to the top of the order for Shin-Soo Choo and Elvis Andrus. Miles gave up that 2-out home run. Marcell Ozuna to tie the ball game in the 4th inning. First time up there, Miles had a sac bunt. Sorry, Mac.
I know he wants to have that pitch back. That's
Yeah.
He's made a few mistakes, but gotten away with a few of them. Marlins hadn't been able to capitalize on it until that one there.
Ranger pitchers on a pretty good roll hitting wise. They have had hits in each of their last 3 games coming into tonight. All 3 games against the Mets in New York. There's a pretty well hit 2-hopper out to short. Michaelis 0 for 1 now. That's how the 5th inning starts.
He's got to put a pretty good little swing on this. Almost didn't look like a pitcher swinging. Almost.
That's great, though. Pitchers go back after grounding out like that in the American League when you don't hit very much. You can talk all you want. Say, oh, I just missed the shot.
Well, I know it makes a manager's heart skip a beat when he has a pitcher up there, an American League manager.
Yeah.
Anyway, go up there because those pitchers don't hit very often. And, going up there and trying to swing a bat, it's a scary proposition for a manager.
Yeah, not a lot of good things can happen when a guy who hasn't hit very much goes up there and tries to hit.
No.
Chance of having any kind of meaningful success are limited. Plus, there's an increased chance of injury. Cozart drops in that big overhand hook for a strike. It's 1-2 to Chu. Jinsu a single and a ground ball to second. 1 out of 2 tonight. 243 is his average. Rangers a run on 5 hits. The Marlins a run on 4 hits. Rangers with the only error committed this evening. Changeup got him swinging. Cozart breaking that one out to Chu, and for Cozart, that's his 2nd strikeout, his 1st since the 1st inning.
Cozart breaks out the changeup. First time he's thrown it tonight. First time Chu's seen it. 3rd time around in the order. He'll start mixing in a couple of different pitches, different situations. And he gets Chu to swing at that changeup down and away.
Well, base is empty, 2 away. Here's Elvis. Andrews is grounded out and popped out. He takes that first pitch on the inside corner for strike 1. Cozart back to the plate. He hits the outside corner. So the 24-year-old right-hander Jared Cozart starting to get it tuned up. He's a native Texan. 0-2 pitch. Low and outside. Cozart into the wind. And another pitch chopped foul. Jared, you're going to look at the speed range tonight. 95 at the top and 77 at the bottom. 18-mile-an-hour speed differential. Cozart from League City, Texas. Grew up playing high school ball in Alvin. Signed originally to the Philadelphia Phillies. Was acquired by Houston in that deal that sent Hunter Pence over to Philadelphia. And acquired by Miami. Just this past trade deadline. 3-2 to Elvis. Andrews trying to get aboard with 2 outs. Mike Karp will follow him. Payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. And Elvis aboard with the 2-out walk. Second walk in the last 2 innings for Cozart after not walking anybody in the first 3. And here's Karp, who has struck out and grounded to second. Excuse me, I think I said Jared Cozart was from Alvin. He went to Clear Creek High School. I was thinking of Nathan Evaldi, tomorrow's pitcher, who is also a native Texan from Alvin. Cosart a check of first. Elvis a pretty good lead over there. And he draws some attention from Cosart. Right-hander with that high set. Elvis the lead from first. The pitch is outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, hopefully Elvis is over there possibly distracting Cosart a little bit, keeping, trying to divide his attention a little bit, thinking that he might be trying to steal second base.
Now the 2-0. Is on the outside corner. So how you have a left-hand hitter up there, you've got a hole expanded because the first baseman's holding you on. How long do you go before that doesn't mean anything? You're going to go ahead and try and steal.
Well, if you're a true base stealer, it really doesn't mean anything. You're trying to get the second base into scoring position, and you also have to take a look at who the hitter is. If it's a left-handed pull hitter, then maybe you'll think about it a little bit. But if he's not a guy that just typically pulls the ball, you're not going to worry about that.
Clark gives this a ride to left center, but moving over is Yelich into the alley and makes the catch. And Carp out. He gave it a good ride, but came up empty. A walk, 1 left stranded. Halfway through the game, it's 1-1. To start things off, and Yelich picking up right where he left off from the first time these teams matched up at Globe Life Park. It's Potts against Collison and against Colby Lewis. Yelich ended up being 5 for 9 in that series. That's just a 2-game series back in Arlington, and he's 2 for 2 here tonight. So he is 7 for 11 against Ranger pitching this year, and leading off here in the 5th inning. Miles Michaelis fires a strike. It is 0-1.
The Rangers didn't have much success getting him out there back in Arlington, and they're not having much success so far tonight.
And that pitch just touches the lower part of the strike zone. It is 0-2. Saw the number for Yelich now, a .283 average. And on-base percentage continuing to climb along with the average. Yelich now 15 for 30 on this homestand. This is 8th game. Got him swinging.
Wow.
Now that's a well-placed fastball up the ladder and on the inner half of the plate. And Yelich gone on strikes.
Nice pitch by Michaelis. Chirinos wanted that fastball down and in, but Michaelis took it upstairs and gets the strikeout. Finally retire the young man.
Yeah. Yeah, 7 for 12 now. It's much better.
Not so hot.
5 strikeouts for Miles Michaelis. Donovan Solano shows bunt and takes strike 1. That bluff bunt, and Adrian Beltre charging down the line from third.
Well, I think that had a little bit to do with he got drilled last time, and it's in his mind. And that's what it does, from time to time.
Sure.
When you get a guy, he's not one to dive out over that plate like he was doing earlier. Opens up that outside corner. Michaelis throws a strike right there.
0-2. Along with being hit by a pitch, Solano reached on a fielder's choice back in the first inning. Miles' next pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Michaelis tonight, 77 pitches, 50 of them for strikes. Big breaking ball, couldn't quite get the upper reaches of the strike zone. 2-2.
Michaelis goes with the breaking pitch, just a little bit too high. Borderline, could have gone either way.
Miles shaking off one side, now gets the one he wants, the 2-2 pitch. Out of play to the right. Solano, one of the guys that has not fared very well here at Marlins Park. Came in a 194 hitter at home as opposed to 289 on the road. It's a pretty good hitter's park, I would think. Not for home run hitters necessarily, but all the outfield space. Fast infield, fast outfield.
Got a lot of triples out there in left center field, right center field. 392 to right center field. You hit that ball to the gap. That could be a triple for a guy that can run a little bit. And even guys that aren't very fast when it rolls out there that far.
3-2 now. Payoff pitch from Michaelis. Hard hit ball, backhanded nicely by Beltre. 2 gone. And before Giancarlo Stanton comes up, let's take time for a Mazda game break with John Radigan. All right, John, thank you. Now Miles Michaelis now facing Giancarlo Stanton for the 3rd time tonight. This is outside for ball 1. Stanton has fouled out and struck out. Big strikeout last time up in the 3rd inning. He had runners at first and second and 2 away. Michaelis able to bury that breaking ball away from him. And Stanton fouls it away to the right. That evens the count at 1-1. Showed you the numbers for Stanton in the National League, first in virtually every category until you got down to on-base percentage. He is 3rd in slugging in all of baseball. Line drive, boy, you got to be strong to do that. That pitch was way inside, and Stanton muscled it over Elvis's head for a base hit.
Well, we'll take that. He kept him in the ballpark.
Yep.
Trying to go down and away and missed his target. So far in. Wow. Stanton still got around on it.
He hit it that far with a trademark. That's something.
That's scary. That really is.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't want to pitch to him.
Now here's Casey McGee, who last time up lined to right field. And Rangers are playing him that way in the outfield. Shin-Soo Choo no more than 45, maybe 50 feet off the right field line, almost like a left-handed pull hitter. Michaelis studying the signs from Robinson Chirinos. A check of Stanton at first. And McGee lets go of that bat. It goes over the Marlins dugout into the seats. And fortunately, it didn't look like it impacted anybody solidly. Boy.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah, that sure is. That lady being tended to down there, I didn't see her, and I was watching the two guys kind of jump out of the way in front of her. That's typically what happens. Now the 1-1 to McGee. Fouled off to the right. Well, Michael is now at the advantage in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. 1 on, 2 outs. The Chevy pitch tracker showing you that last pitch that McGee fouled off right in the middle of the zone. Well located breaking ball, but couldn't get a swing from McGee. 2-2 now. AC McGee just a click below 300, 299 as he stands at the plate. Giancarlo Stanton, the runner at first. He had a 2-out single. Michaelis will drive him back with a toss. Stanton a rather modest lead at first. The 2-2. And that chopper foul. Again, the breaking ball hanging inside. It's something that Miles has, it hasn't cost him yet. And it may not, but that's a dangerous spot to throw these guys that have power.
No, you don't want to hang it to them. You don't want to hang it to anybody. He just hasn't had command of that pitch tonight. He's been using it, but like you said, he's been getting away with it so far.
Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him swinging. Well located fastball there. And there's his mother Elaine giving him some props, and rightfully so. 1 left. We have finished 5. It's the Rangers 1 and the Marlins 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. Slam Inning brought to you by Sonic. Today's jackpot is worth $800 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Tonight, the Rangers are hitting for Jim Sharp from Dallas. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam during the inning, Jim Sharp from Dallas will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Now Adrian Beltre to start things off, to be followed by Jim Adduci and Leonis Martin. Facing Jared Cozart, a 1-1 ball game. Hits are even at 5 apiece. And Adrian Beltre taking that big slow hook for a strike, even the count. Beltre 2 for 2. He has singled and doubled, scored the Ranger run in the 4th inning after his double. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Adrian Beltre doing his best Vlad Guerrero impersonation, swinging at that ball, fouling it off. Sharply hit, but the second baseman Solano able to glide to his left. Beltre retired for the first time tonight. 1 away for Jim Adduci. Beltre now 6 for 11 this season against the Marlins. And the highest career average for Adrian against anybody, 362. The 1 out here in the 6th inning. Jim Adduci, 0 for 1, walked his last time up. Cozart fires a strike. Right-hander back to the plate and hits the outside corner. With a few exceptions in this ballgame, Cozart has had very good command of both sides of the plate with the fastball.
He's done a tremendous job of keeping the ball on the corners. He hasn't made very many mistakes either.
That was a little bit short. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No, he hasn't. You're right. Beltre is the only one that it seemed like had a mistake that he didn't miss. On that 4th inning, when Beltre had the 1-out double, and then the walk to Adduci where he kind of lost command of the strike zone, then the hanger to Leonis Martin. This one popped up by Adduci. Solano, the second baseman, makes the catch. That's out number 2. That's about the only time there was any semblance of trouble for him. Well, our upcoming schedule brought to you by Progressive. Very quick stop here in Miami tonight, and then tomorrow, Rangers back home and off day on Thursday. Then the rest of the month of August, you have 3 at home with Kansas City. Then it's on the road to finish out the month. Seattle for 3, Houston for 4, and Kansas City for 3 to start the month of September. Including tonight, the Rangers with 38 games left to play in the 2014 season. 1-0 the count to Leonis Martin, who is 1 for 2. 1 ball and 1 strike. Average up to 263. Leonis just about a week ago was down in the upper 240s. 1-2.
Leonis does well when he stays within himself. And you know that's that old cliche, but what I mean by that is not trying to do too much, not trying to be that power hitter. He's got some power, and occasionally when he gets a hold of one, it will go. But when he overswings is when he tends to get in trouble. Unlike that nice line drive.
Yeah, pretty good short, quick stroke there for Martin. He has his 2nd straight hit. 2-out single puts him at first for Robinson Chirinos.
You see what I'm talking about here? Just nice and quick, right back up the middle. Not trying to swing too hard and, hit a 2-run homer with nobody on base.
Well, the hot streak continues for Leonis Martin. Leonis with that Miami connection. He's now a resident down here of Weston, I believe it is. Family and friends in attendance. Robinson Chirinos has driven in the only Ranger run so far tonight. That was with a fielder's choice ground out in the 4th inning. He takes a strike on the big curveball. And you would think with 2 outs, Leonis Martin would try and get as good a jump as possible.
I
Get
would
himself
love
in scoring position.
I'd love to see him get down there in scoring position as quickly as he could.
There he goes, And the pitch is a strike. The throw is not in time, and it's into center field. Up and moving on to third is Martin as Ozuna backed the play up. But Jared Saltalamacchia has had a devil of a time defensively for the Marlins. Picked on by the Rangers here. Stolen base and knee two.
Martin gets a great jump, picks the right pitch, a breaking pitch. Gets there, the ball goes into center field. Martin ends up at third base.
Saltalamacchia out to talk to Jared Cozart for a moment. The count is no balls and 2 strikes.
You know, it makes a difference with especially tonight with Martin or any runner at third base, because a couple of times tonight Cozart's bounced a couple of pitches to the plate. So who knows? He just may bounce it again, or he'll eliminate that pitch.
I think what that little conference that Saltalamacchia had might have been centered on that, Mac. Say, go ahead and throw it. I'll block it. Now time called. Saltalamacchia might have seen something in Cozart's face and said, "Oh, he's not real pleased with the thought of having a guy at third." Cozart will work from the stretch. The 0-2 pitch is coming. Now 1-2.
I think that might have been what it was. I think he started in the windup.
Chirinos now 32 runs driven in this year. 235 average, looking to get another run driven in here. And he skies it to right center field. Moving over, Giancarlo Stanton puts it away, and that'll do it. Well, the Rangers get a runner as far as third and leave him stranded. A hit and an error onto the bottom of the 6th. It is 1-1. To you by your Texas Ford dealers. The Ford Summer Spectacular Sales Event. Now playing at a Ford dealer near you. Well, a 1-1 ball game. Rangers with 6 hits. Marlins with 5. Each club now has committed an error. Miles Michaelis back to the mound. He will face Garrett Jones, Marcell Ozuna, and Jared Saltalamacchia here in the 6th inning. Michaelis at the 90 pitch level through 5. He will deal with Garrett Jones, who is 0 for 2. A tapper back to the mound and a pop out to short. Michaelis Comes set. He's ready for the first pitch of the bottom of the 6th inning, and it's outside for ball 1. Now the 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Garrett Jones, the veteran first sacker, 246 average. But he does have that power quotient, 13 home runs and 45 driven in. Takes a strike there to make it 2-1.
Miles has to be careful falling behind here to Jones. Like you said, he's got some pop in that bat. May not be swinging the bat well right now, but really only takes one swing.
That pitch on the outside corner. Took something off it. Has the count even. Chevy pitch tracker showing him that last pitch, that number 4 right there, just nudging the outside corner. The 2-2 pitch. We'll try it again. Jones and former Ranger Jeff Baker doing a little platoon work. Jones getting most of the work at first, but Baker, as always, utility guy filling in at first base also. That ball is driven to left center field up the alley. It is down and going to the wall. Jones to second will stop there with a leadoff double. That pitch down and out over the plate, and Garrett Jones found it to his liking.
Breaking ball down in the zone. Didn't quite bury it as much as Torino's wanted it to. Hung out over the middle of the plate, and Jones drills it into the left center field gap. Ball's tailing away from Martin. He had no chance to get that one.
That was that area out there, Mac, you were talking about. A runner with faster, a little bit more speed. That would have been an easy triple.
Gone. You got to keep going 418 all the way out there to the center field wall. That's a long way for that ball to go.
Now here's Osuna, who homered his last time, and he dumps a single in the left. Garrett's going to be held at third as Adducci has trouble with the pickup. When he gets it back in, well, everybody stays put. But a double and a single lead off the 6th inning, and Miles Michaelis now in hot water with nobody out.
Well, he jams Osuna here. A big, strong kid dumps it out in the left field, and Adducci has trouble making the catch, fielding it. Doesn't get it cleanly. But Jones had already shut it down at third base.
Jones over there, Brett Butler, the third base coach, and Roman Mendez in the Ranger bullpen, loosening in a hurry. Mike Maddox out to talk to his battery, and Ron Washington encouraging Mike Maddox to stay out there as long as he possibly can. Let's get Mendez ready, and then you can come back. Home plate umpire DJ Rayburn wouldn't have much of that as Mendez continuing to throw quickly. So runners at the corners with nobody out. Jared Saltalamacchia has had 2 very good at-bats against Michaelis tonight. He skied out to center field. He chased Leonis Martin back to just in front of the 418 marker back in the 2nd inning. Last time up, doubled down the line in left. And he pulls one to right. That's in for a base hit. In to score is Jones. Around to third goes Osuna, and the Marlins have taken a 2-1 lead. Saltalamacchia with his 37th RBI of the year.
Michaelis left that pitch out over the plate, and Salty went after that first pitch, pulled it down the right field line to drive in the go-ahead run.
Well, 3 consecutive hits to open up the 6th inning, and Ron Washington, the slow walk out there, that's going to do it for Miles Michaelis. He goes 5+, 3 hitters here in the 6th. He leaves trailing 2-1. Nobody out, and runners are at the corners. Roman Mendez coming up. We'll tell you about Mendez when we come back right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Martin Perez to school. Log on to MetroPCSTakeAPlayer.com for your chance to win. Metro PCS is wireless for all. Well, Miles Michael is finished after 5 innings plus 3 hitters here in the 6th inning. And Roman Mendez enters from the Ranger bullpen.
Well, this is Roman's 18th ball game. Excellent ERA of 1.4, 19 in the 3rd innings. Started off his big league career with 8 scoreless innings. He's been doing a great job for Ron Washington out of that bullpen.
Well, the Rangers looking for a strikeout here from the hard-throwing Mendez. And Danny Echeverria takes high for ball 1. Echeverria tonight has been intentionally walked and struck out. Got Osuna at third base, Saltalamacchia at first. Nobody out. A run across as the Marlins have taken a 2-1 lead. Well hit to center field. Retreating, Leonys Martin still going back, makes the catch over his shoulder, tagging at third and scoring is Marcell Osuna. It is a 3-1 Marlins lead on a long sacrifice fly by Echeverria.
Mendez throws Echeverria a fastball, and he drills it straight away center field. Martin's on his horse. He gets back there and makes a nice play, a nice catch over the shoulder. That's plenty deep enough to drive in that runner from third base.
The Rangers very fortunate that Jared Saltalamacchia was completely asleep at first base. Otherwise, he would have tagged up and been at second.
Yeah, as a runner like that, you see a ball hit that deep, especially in this ballpark, some 415, 420 feet away. You should tag up, but we'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Reed Johnson is the pinch hitter for Jared Cosart. So Cosart's night is finished. Reed Johnson, one of the preeminent pinch hitters in all of baseball. He's had 54 pinch hit at bats this year. He's gotten 13 hits. Takes that pitch in for a strike for Mendez. It's 1-1. A.J. Ramos, throwing right-hander in that Marlins bullpen. Reed Johnson, the pinch hitter. Saltalamacchia at first, 1 out, 2 runs across here in the 6th inning. That's 1-2.
Nice breaking ball by Mendez off the outside part of the plate. Got Johnson wailing at it.
Roman Mendez, from what we've seen, Mac, looks like he has 3+ pitches. Good velocity in the fastball with pretty good movement. Good breaking ball, which you just saw, and then the split-fingered pitch, which can be devastating. That's behind the bag. Beltre, on the bounce, is able to throw out Johnson. Nice play by Adrian Beltre. Only play he had, and he made it.
And that was a great play by Beltre. He just, I say it all the time, he makes it look easy. That's a very difficult play. Gets the ball going into foul territory. Doesn't set up, throws off balance, and a perfect one-hop throw over to Carp at first base. Nice footwork around the bag at first by Carp.
So 2 outs now with Saltalamacchia in scoring position on that play. And he will take the Marlins back to the top of the order. Christian Yelich, who is 2 for 3 tonight, will step in. And Mike Maddox will head out to the mound. Now with Yelich up and the way he has swung the bat against the Rangers, he wants to have a chat with Roman Mendez about you got to be careful now. We're either going to do this or do that, or how are you going to use what you have right now to get this guy, or do we need to go ahead and pitch around him?
Right. I think he's out there to reassure that game plan. This is what we need to do with this guy. Make sure that here's where you need to stay. Here's where you need to be with him. And if you get behind, hey, you've got first base open.
DJ Rayburn. Apparently that time Mike Maddox asked DJ Rayburn what he would suggest in the situation. DJ's telling him. He's telling him right there, I think you got to go low and away with him, and if you get behind, like you said, Matt, go ahead and put him on, and we'll just go from there.
Just let DJ know, just be prepared. Just be prepared.
So that conference concluded. Wash getting the word from Mike Maddox what they had decided to do. So Yelich steps in, a pair of singles tonight. Last time up, he struck out. And there's that splitter that is down out of the strike zone. It is 1-0. Yelich currently a .283 average. He has some pop. He had 9 home runs and 44 RBI, so it's not like this guy's a slap singles hitter. That ball gets away from Chirinos, and Saltalamacchia, with the break toward third, will reach standing on the wild pitch from Mendez.
Mendez goes with that split again and bounced it. Chirinos kept it in front, but didn't really pick it up and know where it went.
Now, the way things have gone tonight, that's one pitch you would probably rule out with a runner on third.
You know, as a hitter, you should know that. So you know he's got 3. He's probably not going to throw that one again. So now he's down to 2 pitches.
And they're going to go ahead and intentionally walk him now that you've got Yelich 3 balls and no strikes. No sense taking a chance on it. You'll deal with Donovan Solano. And even though there was only 1 intentional ball thrown, it becomes an intentional pass. The runners at the corners, and again, Yelich with very good speed at first, so you have to be aware of him maybe trying to steal second. Solano tonight is 0 for 2. He has grounded out twice and been hit by a pitch.
So, Buzz, in a situation like this, you're on the mound first and third, 2 outs. Are you really worried about that runner at first base?
No. I'm going to try and make sure he doesn't have a walking lead. I just don't want to give second base to him, but my main focus is trying to get the hitter with 2 outs. And a fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Before they outlawed it, actually, I'd be thinking about how can I make my fake to third back to first to get him out. That's the attention I'd pay to him.
I didn't like that move. Got me a couple of times.
Yeah?
Couple of times.
The 0-1 pitch is coming from Mendez. Got us out of a lot of jams. I know that. We had between third and first one year, we had 14 guys picked up.
Oh, wow.
I told you how many people I had on.
That's one way to look at it.
Solano, outstanding numbers with runners in scoring position. Mendez ready for the 1-1 pitch. That is just outside. 2 balls and a strike. The Marlins have been a hot team of late, as we've talked about, and especially here at home. You know, look at Mike Redmond's team. They play a lot of close games. They have 31 wins in 1-run ball games this year. Good breaking ball. That finds the mark, and it's 2-2. And since the All-Star break, the Marlins third best in the National League with an 18-12 record. Pitching staff really doing a great job. Fourth with an ERA of 3.25, just over 3.25. But opponents' on base percentage, they're on average, batting average, just 236. 2-2 with 2 outs and 2 on. 2 runs across here in the 6th inning. And the pitch is popped up. Shin-Soo Choo ambling in, makes the catch, and that will do it. Side retired, but the Marlins take the lead. They get 2 runs on 3 hits and leave 2. After 6, 3-1 Miami. Sneaky fast delivery of the day, and Marcell Ozuna delivered one off of Miles Michaelis, whose reaction told you exactly where that ball was going to end up. Way back and gone. Freaky fast delivery by Marcell Ozuna and Jimmy Johns. 3-1 as the Marlins came back with 2 in the 6th inning to take the lead. Ozuna 2 for 3 tonight with a home run. He's scored twice. Robinson Chirinos driving in the only Ranger run thus far with an RBI fielder's choice ground out in that 4th inning. So we go to the top of the 7th, and the man from Lubbock, Texas Tech, A.J. Ramos, is on now.
And the numbers for A.J. Ramos, his 51st ball game, a 5-0 record, 16 holds, an excellent ERA, 1.8, 50 innings. Mike Redmond depends on him a lot. Sinker slider guy.
Ramos was at Texas Tech from 2007 through 2009. Star pitcher out there in Lubbock. On now, doing a very good job for the Marlins. First pitch to Rougned Odor is outside for ball 1. Bruggead 1 for 2 tonight. That average at 254. Next pitch from Ramos is high. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Ramos, a 27-year-old, born and raised in Lubbock. 21st round draft pick by the Marlins back in 2009. Drive to right field. Going back is Stanton. Still going back. It's off the top of the wall. And Stanton falls down trying to retrieve it. So Odor going to third. He's going to be waved home. And he will score. Bruggead Odor crosses home plate. Makes it a 3-2 game.
Wow. I don't see that very often.
Probably going to be a double and a 2-base error on Stanton, I would think. And Odor out of gas nonetheless.
He gets a fastball out over the plate and drills it off the right field wall. Stanton having a little trouble picking it up. He goes down to get it with his glove. Comes out of his glove, and then he can't get it, just crawling after it. Throws it in, misses both cutoff men. And Gary Pettis alertly continuing to watch the play develop and then to send Odor. Odor did a good job of keeping his eye on the third base coach and didn't shut it down and just put his head down.
No, it is indeed a double and a 2-base error. And the Rangers now pull within 1 at 3-2. J.P. Arancibia up there as a pinch hitter. Arancibia taken inside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. JP at 176 with 8 home runs, 29 RBI. And a little tapper foul behind home plate. That runs the count to 2-1.
That's another way to get that leadoff man on and scoring.
Yeah. Let him do it all himself. Ramos back to the plate. This is high and tight. 3 balls and a strike. JP coming off a homestand that saw him just go 1 for 13. But trying to get aboard here. He is the tying run in this ball game. Nobody out in the 7th. Pops that pitch foul behind home plate, and that is back and out of play. Well, the count is now full. A.J. Ramos, a belt high set, and the payoff pitch. Another foul back. Well, Ramos, coming into this game, had been nothing short of spectacular. He'd given up just 1 hit in his last 8 innings of work before Bruggead Odor took him off the wall for a double.
Impressive. This Marlins bullpen has been lights out pretty much over the last few weeks.
Low ball 4, and Arancibia draws the walk. Well, he is aboard with nobody out, and he'll take the Rangers back to the top of the order. And Shin-Soo Choo. Also bring Chuck Hernandez out, the Marlins pitching coach. You can have a little conference with A.J. Ramos and Jared Saltalamacchia. It looks like the entire infield will get in on this conference. Ramos having problems that he has not had lately. He has been one of the more reliable relievers for these Marlins for the last couple of years. Last year, Ramos was in 68 games with the Marlins. worked 80 innings, had an ERA of 3.1. Shin-Soo Choo stepping in. Rangers have the tying run aboard here in the 7th inning. Choo 1 for 3 tonight. First inning single since then is grounded out and struck out. And the changeup floats outside for ball 1. Choo with a .242 average. And a fastball from Ramos evens the count. Choo 1 for 1 in his career against A.J. Ramos. That was a ground ball single. Two and 1.
Almost being very careful with Choo, knowing what kind of a hitter Choo is.
Mike Dunn, the left-hander in the Marlins bullpen. In fact, he's the only left-hander in the bullpen the way it's set up right now. A.J. Ramos trying to figure out how to throw a few more strikes. 2-1 the count to Choo. Ground ball, base hit to right field. Aaron Seavey to second will stop. As Stanton gets to the ball quickly. So double, walk, single. First and second, nobody out, a run across. And now you've got Elvis Andrus coming up.
Choo gets the ball down the middle of the plate. Gets the head out on it, pulls it into that hole into right field between first and second base. And I wonder what Elvis is going to do here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bet that he'll be asked to bunt. I would think. Fourth in the American League in bunts. He gets one down. It's a good one. Ramos falls down, picks it up, throws, and gets it. Picked himself up, too. Nice play by A.J. Ramos. But on to third goes Aaron Sebia. To second is Choo. One out now, and Mike Karp coming up. And we'll see if Mike Redmond decides to go for the left-hander, Mike Dunn.
This is a great bunt by Elvis. I'm not sure any other pitcher can make this play. Ramos comes in and slides, gets up, and throws a strike over to first and barely gets Elvis. Nice play by Ramos.
Altalamacchia asked to go out and have a little chat with A.J. Ramos. Use up a little time, give Mike Redmond a chance to make up his mind what he wants to do. And apparently he's going to stay with Ramos. Well, the Marlins now leading by 1. Runners at second and third and 1 out. Will play the infield back. Karp tonight 0 for 3. He takes ball 1. Last time up, Karp drilled one to left center field, but it was caught by Yelich. The pitch high and tight. 2 balls and no strikes. Mike Karp, 409 times this year, has scored that runner from third with less than 2 outs. A good breaking ball from Ramos. It's 2-1.
2-0. Ramos goes with a breaking ball down in the zone. Gets Karp to swing right over the top of it.
Next pitch from Ramos. And that was a fastball right down through there. Well, the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rangers with Aaron Sebia at third, Choo at second. Down by a run. And Karp chops one foul off his front foot. Kind of foul ball that hurt Carp, made him go on the disabled list, a broken right foot earlier this year when he was with Boston. There's Aaron Sebia, who had the walk. He was followed by the single by Chu. They were both advanced on the sacrifice from Elvis Andrus. Another 2-2 pitch. 3-2. Well, Ramos pitching carefully to Carp, even though you have Adrian Beltre swinging a bat in the on-deck circle. First base open. Ramos gets the sign he wants. Payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Well, Ramos getting something to sink out of the strike zone. He got Carp a little over anxious. That is out number 2.
Ramos goes with a changeup down and away. Carp just trying to put the ball in play. We've got that had the infield back. If you put the ball in play, you tie the ball game, but just didn't make contact on it.
Now they're going to intentionally walk Adrian Beltre. And this is some pretty good respect. You have a left-handed hitting Jim Adduci in the on-deck circle. You're not going to take a chance with Beltre. You probably bring in the left-hander Dunn to face Adduci. And the Rangers have some options, but no way Mike Redmond is going to give Adrian Beltre an opportunity to do any damage here.
No, that's the one guy that you identified before the game that, hey, we're not going to let Adrian Beltre, if the game's on the line, Beltre's not going to be the one to beat us. It's got to be somebody else. It will not be Beltre.
Well, the intentional walk puts Beltre aboard. That loads the bases with 2 outs. Adduci coming up now. We'll see if Mike Redmond decides to go get the left-hander. He's going to. The Rangers now from the right side have Daniel Robertson. They have Adam Rosales. They have Giovanni Soto available. Well, we'll see if any of those 3 come out as a pinch hitter. But a pitching change underway, Dunn being summoned from the bullpen. We will tell you all about it when we come back. Timeout from Marlin Park on Fox Sports Southwest. Tomorrow's starters brought to you by Chevron. It'll be Nick Martinez, a local product. Nathan Eovaldi from Alvin, Texas, is going to be on the hill for the Marlins. We'll be with you at 11:30 on Fox Sports Southwest, 11:30 Central Time. That's tomorrow morning. A lunch affair with the Rangers.
The numbers on Mike Dunn. It's his 58th ball game, a 10-5 record, so he's had some time in the starting rotation. 18 holds, and left-handed batters hitting 198 off of him. He's retired that first batter 42 out of 57 times.
No, it will be Daniel Robertson on as a pinch hitter on Washington, going to the bench and deciding to bring in Robertson. He will pinch hit for Jim Adduci. And Daniel has had some very big hits for the Rangers of late. He has done a great job coming off the bench for a guy who had no major league experience, was not in the major leagues when the Rangers acquired him. He has adapted pretty quickly. And the first pitch to him from Dunn is a strike.
Yeah, you've seen with the amount of time, the more playing time Robertson gets, the more confident he's become. And right now he looks like he's been in the big leagues an awfully long time.
Yep. Base is full. And Dunn's pitch way outside. Saltalamacchia had the backhand. Robertson 13 RBI. Daniel with 7 hits in his last 12 times up with runners in scoring position. And he's got a couple of them in scoring position here. You got Aaron Sebia down at third base, Chu at second, and Adrian Beltre over at first. 1-1 pitch coming from Dunn. Now 2-1. Daniel Robertson not over anxious, not expanding his strike zone very much. Daniel is a pinch hitter 3 out of 6 this year. Looking for his first pinch hit RBI. Dunn with a 2-1. That evens the count.
Dunn goes right at the top of the strike zone. Borderline pitch. Robertson didn't like that one.
The way he reacted, apparently DJ Rayburn said it was a called strike, not on the swing. So it's 2-2. Saltalamacchia flashing the signs out. Dunn is ready to go. Fouled off to the right. Well, how many times have we seen Daniel Robertson drive the ball to right field in a run-producing situation?
Right. I'd love to see him hit it in that gap in right center field and watch him run.
The only thing that can slow him up is Beltre. Just kidding, Adrian. There's Adrian at first, getting his lead. Mike Dunn ready. Again, the 2-2 pitch. A full count. And now the runners with 2 outs will be on the move. Aaron Sebia, Chu, and Beltre will be off and running. And Daniel Robertson trying to get the Rangers on top. It's a 3-2 Miami lead right now. Robertson back in. Dunn looking in for the sign. He is set. The payoff pitch is coming. High ball 4. Aaron Sebia will score. It's a 3-3 ball game as Daniel Robertson draws the 2-out walk on a 3-2 pitch. How about that?
Nice at bat by Robertson. Not too anxious. Waited for his pitch. Didn't get one that he liked. Didn't swing. Works that bases loaded walk to tie up the ball game.
And now Rangers have arguably their hottest hitter up there, and that's Leonys Martin, who is 2 for 3. He had a big rip at that first Dunn offering. It is 0-1.
Gives Martin a pitch out over the middle of the plate, and Martin got a little big on the swing.
Now, the one drawback to Martin's year has been his ineffectiveness against left-handed pitching. But right now, I wouldn't put anything past him. The way he's swinging the bat. Pitch outside and low. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. .264 the average overall for Martin. It's left-handers, a 198 mark. The 1-1. Sky to left field. Jogging in to make the play is Yelich, and he catches it, and that'll do it. But the Rangers come back to tie it. They get 2 runs on 2 hits and leave them loaded. It's stretch time in Miami. Rangers 3, the Marlins 3. Rewind, and it is a rewind of some monster shots by Giancarlo Stanton. Earlier in the year, he was pelting the windows out in left field. That's 470 feet from home plate. Then he hits a rocket the other way. How about one that immediately when it's touched off, people stand up. They want to see how far that thing's going to go.
Incredible.
Stanton will lead off here in the bottom of the 7th, and he will face the right-hander Phil Klein.
Numbers on Phil Klein, his 7th ball game. 0-1 record, ERA of 2.70. He's retired 13 straight batters. So he's done a great job. Started off a little shaky his first couple of outings, but since then he's settled down and done a terrific job.
So Klein on now in a tie ball game. And here is Stanton to lead things off. Takes that breaking ball that hangs high and tight to him. I'm starting to think the Ranger scouting report says throw him hanging breaking balls.
And he'll miss them.
Yeah. Daniel Robertson in left field, by the way. 2 balls, no strikes. Stanton singled his last time up. That was on a fastball that jammed him. 295 the average. Now 3-0. And don't take for granted that he's going to be taking it here. Stanton, the league leader in the National League with 77 walks. So not only is he prodigious power-wise, but gets on base at a pretty doggone good clip. And he wasn't taken all the way. That's high and tight, ball 4. Stanton upset because he didn't have a chance to swing the bat. So leadoff walk for Klein. And here's Casey McGee.
I know Stanton's not feeling that good about that at bat or the play out in right field that cost them a run and led to that rally. So he definitely wanted to get up there and swing the bat.
Casey McGee 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out his last time up. That was in the 5th inning. Also grounded out and lined to right. Fastball at the knees from Klein. It is 0-1. Joe Klein last worked at home 3 days ago against the Angels. Had a perfect 1-2-3 inning against the Halos. Working to a guy in Casey McGee that if you can get the ball down, he is the most prolific double play grounder in the National League. 25 of them this year.
Well, you got to like that number.
You can get out of this out of the hot spot with one pitch. Hard part's thinking about that. Thinking about it that way anyway. 0-1 the count. There we go. To second. Back to first is wide and goes into photographer well. Second time tonight that Rougned Odor has pulled that completely out of range of Mike Karp at first base. Second throwing error on the back end of a double play for Odor.
On this ground ball, you've got one of the biggest guys in the game coming down on this, probably the smallest and youngest guy. But he had time. He just yanked it just a little bit. He's in great position behind the bag, using the bag as a shield, but just yanked it up the line.
So with one out now, that puts McGee in scoring position, and it brings up Garrett Jones. Jones doubled and scored as he led off the 6th inning for the Marlins. 1 ball, no strikes. Garrett Jones, 13 home runs, 45 RBI. And they're going to go ahead and intentionally walk Garrett Jones. First base open. You've got Marcell Ozuna, a guy who's had a home run and single tonight. But it's a right-handed matchup. And the intentional walk. 2 go board with 1 out. Ozuna coming up. Let's take time here for a Mazda game break with John Radigan. All right, John, thank you. Now, the 3rd intentional walk issued by Ranger pitching tonight puts runners at first and second. 1 out. Ozuna has singled and homered. He's also struck out tonight. Average at .258. And Klein's pitch to him is right on the outside half of the plate for strike 1. Ozuna 63 runs driven in with 17 home runs. And that pitch is at the upper reaches of the strike zone. 0-2.
That's a pretty good pitch by Klein.
Tall right-hander sets at the belt. A check of second. And a ground ball to the right side. Karp dives, throws to Klein. They got him. Nice play on both ends. Klein are getting over there. And by Karp cutting that off, because where Odor started, I'm not sure that Rougned would have been able to get it.
No, I don't think so. He dove for it as well, not knowing that Carp was going to be able to dive for it and get it. No, that ball probably would have gone into right field. So great play by Carp, great play by Klein, getting over and then also hitting the bag and turning around and looking for that runner at third base. So great defense all around.
Well, that is out number 2. And runners at second and third for Jared Saltalamacchia, and he's not going to get a chance to swing the bat. Phil Klein is in order to intentionally pass Saltalamacchia. Salty tonight is 2 for 3 with an RBI. Dini Echevarria, the shortstop, will be the hitter. Ron Washington, liberal use of the intentional pass here tonight. This is the 4th one. Ranger pitching is given to the Marlins. And the 4th wide one is offered up. So down to first goes Saltalamacchia. Base is full now. And Echevarria, who is 0 for 1 officially, will step to the plate. Mike Maddox, meanwhile, will go out to the mound. You know, sometimes it's not easy as a pitcher to intentionally walk somebody and then come back and try and throw quality pitches to the very next hitter. You know, sometimes there's a 1 or 2 or even 3 pitch lag between losing your aggressiveness by intentionally walking somebody and being able to go after the next hitter.
And was it easier for you, Buzz, or which way did you do it when you intentionally walked somebody? Did you throw the ball hard or soft?
I had trouble no matter how I threw it. I really did. Yeah, I didn't practice it, and that's one thing that I would always tell young pitchers to practice it. You know, I never did. I thought it gave me a negative vibe, so I didn't want to practice that. But it almost cost me several times. I tried to throw it hard. I was real close to throwing strikes with it. Well, here we go. Here's Echevarria, and he fouls off that first pitch. You just have to get comfortable enough, Mac, I think, to where you feel like you're playing catch. Just a nice, easy catch with somebody. But you've got to practice that to get that feel. Echevarria struck out back in the 3rd. That was his first at bat. Intentional walk in the 4th. Sacrifice fly in the 6th. Bases full, 2 outs. Fouled back. And now Phil Klein with the advantage in the count at 0-2. Trying to work around some difficulties. Walked the leadoff man was Giancarlo Stanton. Could have had a double play, but it wasn't completed. And a couple of intentional walks. Now the 0-2 pitch to Echevarria. Got him swinging. Went up with it. Echevarria couldn't catch up, and that will do it. So the intentional passes pay dividends. The Marlins leave the bases full. As we go to the 8th inning, it remains the Rangers 3 and the Marlins 3. jersey giveaway on Fridays. That's going to be up Friday, August the 22nd. First 15,000 fans 14 and older attending the game against the Royals will get a Nolan Ryan replica jersey sponsored by Dr. Pepper and Tom Thumb Food and Pharmacy. Get your tickets at TexasRangers.com. Ranger fans are scattered throughout Marlin Park tonight. Nice to see the blue and red Ranger tees. Brian Morris, the right-hander, now on for the Marlins.
Numbers for Brian Morris, his 54th ball game, a 7-0 record, an excellent ERA of 1.84. This Marlins bullpen, they've been getting the job done all year long, especially the second half. Opponent's average only hitting 249 off of it. Retires at first batter, 33 and 53 times so far.
Yeah, Robinson Chirinos will lead things off here in the 8th inning. Chirinos tonight is 0 for 3, although he does have an RBI on that ground out. Fielder's choice grounder back in the 4th inning. First pitch from Morris is a fastball poured right through there for strike one. Right-hander back to the plate. 0-2. Sean Tollison loosening in the Ranger pen. Morris with the 0-2 pitch.
He's got a pretty good fastball. Go along with a sinker and a slider. Occasional curveball. So he's got an assortment of pitches he likes to use.
Now the 1-2. Boy, jammed Robinson Chirinos. McGee on to first. That is out number 1. Good thing it's not cold, or that would have been stinging Robinson's fists.
Running tailing back in on him and just climbed its way right down that handle. I think it's stinging anyway.
Yeah, could be. Could be. No, one out here is Rougned Odor. Odor began that 2-run comeback by the Rangers to tie the game in the top of the 7th inning. Odor slammed one high off the wall and right. Came all the way around to score on the 2-base error by Giancarlo Stanton. Odor 2 for 3 tonight. And batting average at .257. 1 ball and 1 strike. Morris came over to the Marlins from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Trade earlier between Miami and Pittsburgh. That was back on June the 1st. Popped up. Foul territory right at the railing. Garrett Jones reaches in, just has room to make the catch. That was out number 2.
Odor gets a fastball up and pops it up. Garrett Jones over to the rail, gets in good position, checks where he's at, puts his hand on the wall there, makes the catch.
Well, with 2 outs now, Rangers again going to their bench, and Adam Rosales comes up as a pinch hitter. Well, Adam, the hero of Sunday afternoons come from behind win against the Angels. And that walk-off base hit, his first walk-off hit of his professional career. Said he had a couple earlier in his life. Might have been going back to Little League. I'm not sure where it was, but Adam said it had been quite a while, in his words. 0-1 pitch to him. That pitch just outside. Rosales, a .320 average. 3 home runs, 12 driven in, 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter. To center field, and that is going to drop in front of Osuna, who played back. That ball hit pretty hard. Easy from our angle to look at it and say, well, he probably should have caught that. It's coming right at you as a center fielder. You don't want to play that into extra bases.
No, you really can't. Rosales gets a high breaking ball out over the middle of the plate and drills it into center field. And the Marlins outfield is actually playing here in a no doubles defense. It's late in the ball game, tie game. You don't want that ball to go over your head, so we'll take that.
Well, the 9th hit of the night for Ranger hitters. Rosales has his first pinch hit of the year. Here's Shin-Soo Choo, who is 2 for 4. Singled in the first, singled his last time up in the 7th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Choo has the most experience against Brian Morris of any Ranger hitter on the club right now. Shin-Soo is 1 for 4 against Morris. Right-hander with the 1-0 pitch. Now 2-0.
You know, I really wouldn't be surprised if Wash let Rosales run in this situation here.
At the top of the order at the plate.
Right. If he gets thrown out, you've got the top of the order the next inning. Start things off in the 9th. If you get down there to second base, you got Choo at the plate.
And Choo to center field. That is right at Osuna, though. He makes the catch, and that'll do it. Rosales gets the 2-out pinch hit single, but he's stranded. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's the Rangers 3 and the Marlins 3. We go to the 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th, Sean Tolleson new Ranger pitcher now.
This is Tollison's 51st ball game, 2-1 record, ERA just a little over 3. Marlins are hitting .217 on Tollison.
And the Marlins will throw up a pinch hitter for the pitcher's spot. Jordani Valdespin. First ball swinging, he skies it to shallow center field. Jonas Martin ambling in to make the grab. 1 out on 1 pitch. Well, while we have a second here, let's take a look at tonight's AT&T fan photo selection. Appreciate the folks at AT&T making this possible, our interaction with you. And this is from Audra. We appreciate that. Great looking fedoras out there at Globe Life Park. If y'all would like to tweet your photo, it's hashtag Southwest Fan Photo, and we will make a selection for each game on Fox Sports Southwest. Top of the order, and Christian Yelich takes strike 1. Yelich is 2 for 3. There are singles and an intentional walk. Tollison's next pitch to him. And that's low and outside to even things up. Yelich is 1 for 1 against Tollison. That was a double. That's out of play to the left. And it gives the advantage in the count to Sean Tollison at 1-2.
Sean's pumping strikes in. Being very aggressive in the strike zone for quality strikes. That's what you want to see coming out of the bullpen.
Dawson gets the sign he wants from Chirinos. And a ground ball up the middle. Odor can't get it. It's under his glove and into center field. Rugnet shading over maybe a step or so toward the first base side and just couldn't quite get there.
Allison gave him a fastball and Ruby just out of his reach. Some people will say, well, why didn't he dive for it? Well, if he dives for that ball, he may or may not get it, but then he has no chance to get the speedy runner in Yelich going to first base. So his best chance to get him was to catch that ball running.
Well, the hits now are even at 9 apiece, and Yelich has his 3rd hit of the night. He already has a stolen base, so Tollison will have to keep a close eye on him. Immediately, Sean goes to work on making Yelich less than comfortable in that leadoff. Donovan Solano is the hitter. 0 for 3 tonight with a hit by pitch. Yelich stepping off a lead at first. He's staying put. And Tollison fires a knee-high strike. Steve Cishek, the closer for the Marlins. Cishek really having a great year. He's been lights out at the tail end of that Marlins bullpen. Oh, 1 pitch from Tollison. Instead, a quick throw to first. Just back is Yelich. Sean Tollison has quick feet.
He does. For a big guy, he can move him.
Tollison again sets. And foul out of play down the right side by Solano. No balls and 2 strikes. Solano flied to right field his last time out. Other than that, he is grounded to 3rd and reached on a fielder's choice. Yelich trying to expand that lead just enough to give him a legitimate chance of stealing second. Tollison, a long hold. And a little looper foul down the first base side, back into the seats. Still no balls and 2 strikes.
Tollefson holding the ball, trying to mess up the timing of Yelich, just in case he's trying to run. And in this situation, yes, he wants to get into scoring position as quickly as possible. So Tollefson, by holding the ball, messes up that all-important rhythm that a base stealer likes to get.
And a quick throw over there again, diving back. John Tollefson not becoming very popular with the crowd here in Miami, but that's all right. Still 0-2 to Solano. Got him swinging. A fastball, he just overpowered Solano. That is out number 2, and it will bring up Giancarlo Stanton.
Tollefson just reared back. Received fastball, and Solano swung right through it. Not much he can do with that pitch. Perfect spot.
Chirinos out there to have a chat, and now Mike Maddoxon go out also. Giancarlo Stanton tonight 1 for 3 with a walk and a single. Mike Maddox out there to make sure there's no loss of communication about what they want to do with Stanton. Stanton and Tollefson have faced each other twice. John Tollefson has had the upper hand both times, getting strikeouts in each at bat. Leading home run and RBI man in the National League. Giancarlo Stanton up there facing Sean Tollefson. A 3-3 game. Popped him up. Down the line. Long run for Carp near the stands, and it will be just backing out of play. Well, when that ball left the bat, that we had an out. But no such luck.
There's that hanging breaking ball again.
Well, that's a scouting report. Oh, and 1. Now 1-1. Stanton's average right where it began at 295. Sean Tollefson trying to drop it down a notch or 2. And he misses low. 2-1. Stanton, you remember last time, got ahead of the count 3-0 to Phil Klein, and was disappointed, to say the least, when Klein wouldn't throw him a strike on 3-0. He's up there wanting to swing the bat. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Christian Yelich, the runner at first base. Outside, 3-1. Stanton eyeballing that offering by Tollefson. 3-1. He is trying to extend this inning. Casey McGee, the cleanup man, waits to be next. Ball 4. 2 aboard for McGee.
Well, that's not a bad strategy. This is the guy in the lineup, in the Marlins lineup, that you don't want to let beat you. Somebody else is going to have to do it, so that's not a bad strategy at all.
Casey McGee tonight 0 for 4. He is grounded out twice, lined out, and struck out. And the Rangers trying to leave a couple on base for the Marlins here in the 8th inning. Yelich, the runner at second, Stanton at first. Casey McGee, third on the team with 60 RBI this year. McGee 1 for 1 in the past matchup with Sean Tollison. That was a single. Ball 1 is low and outside. Torino's flashing the signs out. Tollison looking them over carefully. And the right-hander picks one out. McGee a little tardy on the fastball. 1-1.
Tollison just reaching back and challenging these hitters, saying, hey, here's my best stuff. Let's see what you can do with it.
Now Sean ready, a check. And the pitch is a strike. 1-2. And a fastball up. McGee not offering.
Torino's puts that target out there. Tollison hits it.
A ball and 2 strikes. Yelich away from second, Stanton from first. Breaking ball, almost got it. The appeal down to Dan Bellino at first base. Said no swing. I don't know how McGee didn't swing at that pitch.
Oh, everything went except the bat. Yeah.
Boy. Good call by Bellino, but that's an amazing piece of not hitting by McGee. Got him swinging. And he breaks the bat over his knee. He is gone. That bat is history. And we're going to the 9th inning. The score remains the Rangers 3 and the Marlins 3 on Fox Sports Southwest. West, Adrian Beltre and the Rangers taking on Christian Yelich and the Miami Marlins. Both of those gentlemen pictured on your screen, they're having great years against the opposition. 6 for 11 for Adrian and 8 for 13 for Yelich against the Rangers. We'll be with you tomorrow at 11:30 on Fox Sports Southwest. Good job by Sean Tollison getting that strikeout of Casey McGee to end a threat by the Marlins in the 8th. We go to the 9th inning. And Steve Cishek is on now for Miami.
And the numbers for Steve Cishek, his 55th ball game. 4.5 record with a 3.78 ERA. And this is their closer. 31 out of 34 save opportunities. He gets that first batter 37 out of 54 times. So it's a pretty good year so far, 31 saves.
And Elvis Andrus leads off the top of the ninth with a base hit through the hole to left field. Well, Elvis didn't waste any time.
How about that? Take it.
Had a good idea what to expect from Cishek and said, fine, I'll do that.
It's a fastball inside, looks like, and Elvis jumps all over it. It's in that five and a half hole over there.
Well, the Rangers now in double figures with 10 base hits. One on, nobody out. Go ahead, run at first. Here's Mike Karp, who is 0 for 4. Elvis, of course, you have the stolen base threat. You have the bunt threat. And you also have the pop-up threat, which is what we got. Foul territory. McGee, a step in foul ground. Karp is out on one pitch. Now Adrian Beltre.
Well, you say, well, why didn't Wash have Karp bunting in that situation? Well, if Karp bunts, gets Elvis over to second, then they walk your best hitter, Adrian Beltre, with first base open. So you take your chances, and you don't want to take that bat out of Adrian Beltre's hands. Not right now.
And Beltre 0 for 1 in his career against Cishek. Neftali Feliz loosening in the Ranger bullpen. A 3-3 ball game. Rangers with 10 hits, the Marlins with 9. Cishek to the plate. And the breaking ball is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. With that in mind, you probably wouldn't see a stolen base from Elvis in this spot.
No, I wouldn't have him going right now. Then you're really taking the bat out of Adrian's hands here. Got a runner on. He's already in scoring position with Beltre up. You see he's getting back the last couple of times with Cishek coming over. He's getting back to first base standing, so he's not getting a stealing lead.
The Marlin defense playing no doubles out there. They are way back. 2 balls and no strikes.
Cishek's being very careful with Beltre. He knows this is the guy in that lineup that can reach these seats, and he does it on a regular basis.
Yeah, he may not be intentionally missing the strike zone, but he's certainly not going to throw one down the middle. Nowhere close to it. 3-0. Well, this is a case of having first base open, or having a base open, even though it's second base. And if Adrian happens to see one come to the middle of the plate, imagine he'd be flailing at it, taking it all the way. 3-1. Beltre checking with Gary Pettis down there at third. Elvis read the signs. He is inching off the bag at first. And Beltre, a shot off the glove of Solano into right field, around to third goes Elvis Andrus. The Rangers now runners at the corners with 1 out. Boy, that was a bullet, but was right at him too.
Yeah, that play should be made at the big league level, but that was a missile off the bat of Beltre. 1 hop, 2 hops, and he just didn't get down on it and get it. Kind of ate him up a little bit, and Elvis alertly watching the play in front of him. Just keeps motoring around to third. Runners at first and third, 1 out now.
Well, the Rangers, the go-ahead runner third, Daniel Robertson, who came on as a pinch hitter and walked with the bases loaded in the 7th inning. As Andrus down at third and Beltre at first, you got to be aware here of the possibility of a suicide squeeze with Robertson up there.
Yeah, you really do. You have to be aware Robertson's a good bunter, and this is the perfect time to do it.
Late swing and a foul tip. It's 0-1.
Might be a tough pitcher to do it off of. Cishek's got a lot of motion coming to that plate.
You know, if Daniel can put the ball in play, he's a tough guy to double up because of his speed. Cishek has the sign, a check of the runners. 1 ball and 1 strike.
A little semi pitch out there just in case there was a squeeze on.
Robertson looking down to Gary Pettis. Pettis flashing the signs out, walks over to Elvis and tells him what's going on. Beltre the lead from first, the 1-1 pitch. The squeeze is on, it's missed. They've got Elvis in a rundown, and they tag him out. On to second goes Beltre, but Robertson pulled the bat back as if he thought it was going to be a safety squeak, or that he wasn't obliged to get the ball down. And that left Elvis hung out to dry.
You're saying put the bat out there and then pull it back, and I think he realized right away that it wasn't a safety squeeze, it was a squeeze, and you've got to make an attempt, do something. That's a tough pitch to do anything with, but you've got to try something. Throw the bat at it, do something. Hopefully you can distract the catcher. Maybe he'll miss it, but you've got to do something. You can't pull the bat back in that situation.
Well, the count is 2-1. Down to second is Beltre. So the Rangers still have a runner in scoring position. Now with 2 outs, though, he'll take a base hit from Daniel Robertson. And he takes a strike from Cishek. 2-2. Outfield now playing fairly shallow with 2 outs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And if Robertson is able to coax another walk this time at bat, he would bring up Leonys Martin. Beltre at second, wandering off second base. Cishek ready, the payoff pitch. Low ball 4, and Robertson does indeed coax a walk. And that will bring up Leonys, who has a couple of hits tonight in 4 trips. Martin, a pair of singles. They were back-to-back in the 4th and the 6th. Other than that, he has grounded out and flied out. Rangers with a go-ahead run at second base. 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Cishek drops in a breaking ball for strike 1. Beltre followed by Robertson. Martin waiting. Out of play down the left side. 0-2 now.
Cishek has stayed away from Martin these first couple of pitches. So hopefully Martin's looking for something away, sinking, or trying to backdoor him.
Our pitch tracker showing you exactly what Mac is talking about. The 0-2. Cishek trying to go upstairs. Leonys able to foul it off.
You hear Wash talk about slowing the game down a lot. This is that situation where the game can speed up for a young player. You've got the game on the line. It's the 9th inning. You've got the closer in. You've got the crowd cheering. That's when your heart starts racing. That's when you need to slow the game down.
Got him swinging. Cishek more than equal to the task. The Rangers let a golden opportunity go by. No runs, a hit, an error, and 2 men are left. Bottom of the 9th coming up. 3-3 the score. Sports Southwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. By AT&T UVerse TV. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world. And by your Texas Ford dealers. The Ford Summer Spectacular Sales Event now playing in a Ford dealer near you. The bottom of the ninth inning, and Sean Tolleson has one goal, and that's to send this ball game into extra innings here tonight. We'll pitch the bottom of the ninth, starting with Garrett Jones, to be followed by Marcell Ozuna and Jared Saltalamacchia. Garrett Jones is 1 for 3 tonight. He has been aboard each of the last 2 times, though, that he's come to the plate. He doubled in the 6th, was intentionally walked in the 7th. And the first pitch from Tolleson is outside for ball 1. .248 the average for the 30. Jones 0 for 2 against Sean Tolleson in their previous matchups. Tolleson, though, pitching from behind now. He gets a strike there. It's 2-1. Tolleson coming back to the plate. 2-2. But Tolleson's fastball tonight has to be a little bit sneaky. He's had a lot of real late swings.
They have. He's been blowing it right by him. Doesn't matter where he puts it, whether it's out over the middle of the plate or whether he's hitting the corner. Marlins hitters haven't been able to catch up to it.
The 2-2 is on the way. Pretty much of a defensive hack by Garrett Jones on that one. Ranger outfield playing well back. They are in a no doubles alignment. There's a lot of territory out here to cover, but they're back as far as they possibly can be. And Jones pops it up. Foul territory. Chirinos off with the mask. Makes the grab for out number 1. That's an important one here in the 9th for Tolleson. Now Marcell Ozuna will face Sean Tolleson.
A great pitch by Tolleson. He'd been pumping fastball after fastball in there to Jones. And came in with a changeup and got him out front, got him to pop it up.
A big night for Ozuna. He is 2 for 4. He's had a home run in the 4th inning. That was the first run for the Marlins. Tied the ball game at that time. Last time up, singled in that 6th inning and scored the 2nd run. He fouls off that first pitch. 0-1 the count. Ozuna batting at .257. Tolleson okays the sign. The breaking ball wasn't quite close enough to elicit a swing from Ozuna.
Looked like if it was just a little bit closer, he might have swung.
Yeah. He wanted to. Now the 1-1. See Tolleson making a concerted effort to keep the ball away from Ozuna, whether it's fastball or breaking ball. The pitch that Ozuna hit out in the 4th inning was on the inner part of the plate. There's one that catches the outside part. It's 2-2.
Allison going to the breaking ball. Maybe a little bit higher than he wanted, but nonetheless a strike.
And call strike 3. And back with that fastball painted the outside corner, and Ozuna caught window shopping. 2 gone.
Allison set him up with a breaking ball. It came right back on that outside part of the plate with a fastball. Ozuna could do nothing but watch it, knew it was a strike, and just walk away.
Robinson Chirinos, a slow walk out to the mound. Got Jared Saltalamacchia, the hitter. Now Ron Washington going out. They've got Neil Kotz ready in the bullpen, and I think what you're going to see is a double switch here. You'd rather have Saltalamacchia batting right-handed. That's what bringing in Kotz will get Saltalamacchia to do. That's turn around to hit from the right side. But the pitcher's spot is due up third when we get to extra innings. And what you'd probably see is a replacement for either Leonis Martin or Daniel Robertson. And it's going to be for Leonis Martin, who was the last out of the top of the 9th inning. So Martin is going to be replaced. Daniel Robertson will go to center field. The pitcher will come in, Neil Kotz, and he will hit in the 6th spot in the order. No, pitching change, double switch, all kinds. Neil Kotz, first of all, has come in from the Ranger bullpen. He will take over on the mound.
The numbers on Neil Kotz's 59th ball game. ERA 3.54. Walks are a little high this year. 20 walks, 57 strikeouts. Left-handed hitters hitting 260 off of him.
Alex Rios into the ball game. He will hit in the number 9 slot. He's playing in right field. And Shin-Soo Choo over in left now. Robertson in center, and Kotz goes to work. The fastball to Saltalamacchia for strike 1. Saltalamacchia tonight 2 for 3, an RBI single and a double. He's also been intentionally walked. Kotz with the 0-1 pitch, way inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Difference for Saltalamacchia fairly evident. 200 as a right-handed hitter, 231 as a left-handed hitter. And that has been the case throughout Saltalamacchia's career. Inside, 2 balls and a strike. Kotz back to him. He misses low and in. 3 balls and a strike. About a 53-point difference throughout his career for Saltalamacchia. Left-handed, right-handed, but you can't walk him if you want to turn him around. That pitch chopped foul. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
No, you've got to give him something to hit. You've got to throw him a strike at least. Not necessarily something to hit or pitch to contact. He doesn't get enough or a lot of right-handed at bats. Obviously, there are more right-handed pitchers than left-handed pitchers. And typically, with switch hitters, that's why you see that disparity from the left side to the right side.
And Saltalamacchia fouls that pitch back. Still 3-2. A 3-3 ball game. Rangers with 10 hits. The Marlins with 9. Rangers with 2 errors. The Marlins with 3 tonight. Kotz back to the plate. Got him swinging. Well, Kotz comes in and gets the strikeout of Saltalamacchia. And we're going to have a little overtime here at Marlin Park. We'll go to the 10th inning. Rangers have Chirinos, Odor, and Rios in a 3-3 game. Downtown Miami. And extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. Tenth inning. And, Rangers and Marlins deadlocked at 3. The Marlins now have turned the game over to the 26-year-old right-hander, Sam Dyson.
Numbers on Sam Dyson, his 17th ball game. An excellent ERA of 1.50. It's 24 innings, 7 walks. Opponents are hitting .225 off of him. That first batter, it's got 12 out of 16 so far.
And Jeff Baker, former Ranger, into the ball game now to take over at first base. Well, Garrett Jones out of the ball game as the Marlins use the double switch. I assume that's what they did. Brought Baker in and have Dyson hit in Jones' spot. In any event, Robinson Chirinos will start off the Ranger 10th inning. First pitch from Dyson is well outside for ball 1. Chirinos 0 for 4 tonight with an RBI on a ground out. And Dyson fires a strike. That evens things up. Dyson out of South Carolina. University of South Carolina. Went to the Gamecocks. He was claimed off waivers by the Florida Marlins a year ago in January. Last year with Miami. Just in 5 ball games. 2-1 the count. Hit hard, but sliced foul down the right side. That evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Marlins this year have played a total of 17 extra inning games. They're 8-9 overall. They're 4-4 here at Marlins Park. Rangers, meanwhile, are just 2-4. High and tight. Look out, Robinson. Got low bridge by that Dyson fastball.
Wonder how many guys in the dugout are hollering team right here in this situation. Not when it's 97 miles an hour at your noggin. No.
Yeah. That's not the time to be taking one, because you're not going to be able to help when you're in the hospital. Dyson ready for the payoff pitch. Chop foul. Mentioned the Rangers 2-4 in extra inning affairs this year. They're 0-3 on the road, so looking for their first overtime win away from home.
They got one Sunday at home, so hopefully they'll be able to do, bring back some of that magic.
Call strike 3. Chirinos caught looking at that pitch right at the top of the strike zone. He is out number 1. Well, I'm going to see a strange play. We had this coming up. Rougned Odor leading off the 7th inning. Rangers were down by a couple of runs. That double off the wall, and Giancarlo Stanton all of a sudden had an aversion to getting the baseball. He got an allergy to it and couldn't pick it up, and Rougned all the way around and scored a double and a 2-base error on Stanton. And Odor fouling off that first pitch here against Dyson. 2 for 4 tonight. And now at the 256 mark with the average. Dyson with the 0-1. This is inside. A ball and a strike. Right-hander okays the sign. 1-2. Dyson tuning it up, pretty good velocity.
A little late movement there on that fastball. Tailed away, dipped down a little bit. Those are tough to keep up with.
Got him swinging. Took something off there, and Rougned gone on strikes. Back-to-back punch-outs. 2 gone. Alex Rios coming up.
Dyson with a little off-speed pitch down and away. Looked just like the fastball he threw the previous pitch. Not much Odor could do with that one at all.
Well, here's Rios, who entered the ball game last half inning. Ron Washington made that double switch, got Rios into the ball game. He was originally in the lineup, but he jammed his right thumb and couldn't answer the bell. Fouls off that first pitch from Sam Dyson. Rios at 284 with the average, 4 home runs and 49 RBI. been a long dry spell for Alex Rios as far as home runs are concerned. Approaching 30. And remember, we showed this to you a little bit earlier, how the day started, that ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Alex Rios in between Shin-Soo Choo and Leonis Martin.
Wow.
If your heart wasn't started before that, it certainly would be afterwards.
One or the other, starting or stopping.
Right. 0-2 pitch. 1-2. "31 games ago, the last time that Alex Rios left the ball yard with a home run." 1-2 pitch. Now 2-2. With the playing of Alex Rios, the only one left on the Ranger bench now, non-pitcher, is Giovanni Soto. And Rios is gone. Dyson strikes out the side. Rangers gone in order. Will go to the bottom of the 10th. Still deadlocked at 3. A 3-3 ball game. We are headed. Nice job, man. We are headed to the bottom of the 10th inning, and Neil Koch back out there. Koch came on and got the strikeout. Jared Saltalamacchia in the 9th inning. The left-hander back out there now, and he will face Adini Echeverria to start things off. Koch to the plate, and Echeverria drops down a bunt, but it's going to roll foul. Beltre right there to make sure that as soon as it crossed that line, he got a glove on it.
Beltre playing even with the bag, and Echeverria dropping it down. That's what you want to do as a guy that's dropping a bunt. You want to make it go just fair or foul. You don't want to bunt it too far out into the field and make it an easy play for the pitcher or the third baseman.
Oh, 0-1 the count now to Echeverria. And low and in. Neil Kotz has gotten that cutter slash slider working pretty well. It's about the only difference I can tell is one's about 4 or 5 miles an hour harder than the other, but they both have that kind of action into a right-hander. Now 1-2.
Trying to go down and away with that. Got the fastball up in the zone a little bit.
Echevarria waiting. Kotz sets. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Kotz, the 34-year-old down in the Chicago area. Remember last year, boy, he had a terrific year for the Rangers. The best year ERA-wise of any reliever in franchise history. That's low and in. The count evens now at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Neil Kotz setting that ERA mark at 1.11. Pretty stingy.
That's invisible.
Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. Now the 2-2. Daniel Robertson back into his Paz rooms. He steps onto the warning track. Hauls that in for out number 1. Well, we've been talking about pitching. How about earlier today in Round Rock, Derek Holland had his 4th rehab start in 5 innings, 7 hits and 4 runs, 2 earned runs. Threw 87 pitches, walked 3, struck out 7. Derek Holland continuing to progress in the rehab front. Chances of seeing Holland sometime in the month of September look to be increasing, improving anyway. Here's Jeff Baker with his first at-bat. Baker at .252 for the year. 3 home runs, 25 driven in. He and Reed Johnson, the 2 primary pinch hitters for Mac Redman's club. Getting a chance here, though, to, on the double switch, play some first base. Baker and Garrett Jones trade off occasionally at first. Kotz reading the signs. The 1-1 pitch. Baker, last year with the Rangers, hit .279 in 74 ball games. He had 11 home runs, 21 driven in. Chops one to third. Beltre gets the short hop. Sets and throws, and the ball comes out of the glove of Mike Karp as he tried to make the tag, and Baker's going to be safe. Now the throw down the line a bit toward home, and it looked like a fairly routine play, but Mike Karp going to make the tag, had Baker hit his glove and knock the ball loose.
Beltre sets, plants his feet, throws that ball up the line. Karp comes off of it into the line, and Baker knocks it out of his hand, out of the glove. It's a tough play for Karp there.
They're going to charge the error to Mike Karp. That's an unusual scoring decision, but that's what the official score has said. Normally you charge it on the throw because the throw is offline a bit, but in any event, it's the 3rd error of the night for the Rangers. And it puts the winning run at first in the person of Jeff Baker, the top of the order. Now, Christian Yelich, who is 3 for 4 tonight. Yelich with 3 singles. He has a rip at that Kotz offering. Fouls it back. It's 1-1. Yelich 1 for 1 in his previous matchups with Neil Kotz. Neil Kotz trying to work around the one-out error. Baker, of course, not the speediest of base runners. One and two.
Kotz going with a breaking ball, left it up in the zone. Yelich swung right through it.
Neil, a check of first. And Yelich, a line drive right at Elvis. Baker able to scamper back to the bag. Elvis perfectly positioned to haul that shot in. That's out number two.
Yelich hit the ball right on the screws again, but fortunately we had somebody on the other end of that. Elvis right there decides not to throw to first. Baker didn't move, so recognized the line drive off the bat.
No, two away now. And Donovan Solano for his fifth at bat, make that sixth plate appearance of the night. He is 0 for 4, also been hit by a pitch. And a little looper foul that will drop untouched down the right side. Solano checking that bat. That pitch got pretty far in on it. 0-1 the count. Kotz peering in for the sign from Robinson Chirinos. Chopper up the middle, deep behind the bag at second, and Elvis's toss is wide, but Kotz there to make the play. That's the only chance that Elvis had, was to have some kind of miracle bounce to get it to Odor. But that puts the winning run at second base with 2 outs here in the 10th, and it brings up Giancarlo Stanton.
Solano bounces this ball up the middle. Elvis gets over to it, catches it, but didn't really have a play anywhere. And now it brings the big fella to the plate.
Now Ron Washington, a slow walk out to the mound. He's got Neftali Feliz ready in the bullpen, and that's who he wants. Oh, he wants Feliz to come in right here to face Stanton with the winning run at second base here in the 10th inning. So Feliz will come on. We will take a timeout. Be back to Marlin Park right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Runs, 10 hits, 3 errors for both teams. Difference is the Marlins have the winning run at second base with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th, and Ron Washington has summoned his closer, Neftali Feliz.
The numbers for Neftali Feliz, his 17th ball game, a 1-1 record, ERA of 2.3. He's done an excellent job since coming back from minor leagues. Got 4 saves in 5 opportunities. He's scoreless in his last 9 out of 10 games. So Phillies has turned the corner, it looks like. Been doing very, very well over the last few weeks.
He's got his hands full right here. Giancarlo Stanton has walked in each of his last 2 at-bats, had a single in his at-bat in the 5th inning. So 1 for 3 tonight. Got Jeff Baker, the runner at second. He's carrying the winning run in this game. Over at first, Donovan Solano. Well, here we go. Phillies to Stanton. And the breaking ball catches the upper part of the strike zone. It is 0-1.
Phillies starts him off with a breaking ball and hangs it. And Stanton hasn't been able to pull the trigger on that hanging curveball all night, fortunately.
He's had a lot of opportunities. The 0-1 pitch. Just off the outside corner. 1-1. Infield and outfield play Stanton slightly around to the left. They are not exactly in an overshift. And a breaking ball catches the inside corner. Another hanger. It's 1-2.
I think that's the call, Buzz. Throw him a hanging
be.
breaking ball.
Yeah.
You got it.
Phillies a check of second. Stanton a shot to right, a base hit. Baker around third will score. The Marlins walk it off in 10 innings as Giancarlo Stanton drives in his 89th run of the year on a bullet to right field. His 5th career walk-off hit. Giancarlo Stanton drives Jeff Baker home from second base. And the Marlins win the first ball game in this brief 2-game series. A 4-3 final here tonight.
Phillies tried to go with a fastball, left it up and out over the middle of the plate. I think that's the one that Giancarlo was looking for, and he got it. Drilled that ball to right field. Not much anybody can do about that one.
Jeff Baker scoring easily, and the Marlins have gotten themselves to a game over 500. They're now 63-62. As they defeat the Rangers drop to 48-77. A tough way to open up this brief 2-game series, but Rangers will try and bounce back tomorrow afternoon. And we'll come back to Marlins Park to wrap things up right after this on Fox Sports Southwest.